All right, just checking the sound. I'm going to get right to what we're going to touch on. I'll put on screen share. And we'll be putting DE on the map so that we can get a good understanding of these things. All right. Just checking everything, seeing how the sound is. All right. That's good. All right, so let's put D on the map. So the first thing we got to understand is which one's older. Which one of these is older? Because it's gonna be at least our last piece before we have this map finally done. All right, so genetic evidence of Paleolithic colonization and Neolithic expansion of modern humans on the Tibetan Plateau. All right, so this is really interesting. It's a nice start. We're getting some very late movements, right? If we already talked about this, right? But this is going to give us some of the earliest movements of some of the YAP groups. So YAP is going to include D and E. That's going to be very important that we understand that for the monophylactic family, because to understand this line, this is going to be different than A and B and different than CF groups, right? We already know this because remember we had talked about this before. Let me just make sure we state this real fast. Just need to check the sound. Should be okay today, the sound. Everything looks all right. And everything sounds okay. All right. So let me first start off with this. So here's a read of some very ancient finds in Saudi Arabia, right? I'm going to read something from it. Just says the presence of two underived E-M96 Saudi lineages arise interesting questions related to the basically the YAP group, the DE YAP group, right? Asking some questions about how it's actually established, right? The recent resolution just talks about obviously the CDEF is that's actually going to be, especially seeing that mutation, M86. That's actually the CT lineage. So remember that we already talked about this before, right? Because what we want to do today is map it. We're going to be mapping it today, but it's also important to understand those splits, how these families split and everything. I actually didn't open that up. Let me just open one more note here so that we can understand the importance of these family splits and connections, how they're connected, because we're going to be putting them on the map just to get a good understanding of what's going on here, the total picture of it, right? Because we got to look at the fossils to get the full picture of what's going on here. Let me just open up one more note here. All right. All right, so just quickly, as we see what we already have so far, right? We can see we already got most of the CF lineages on the map, and we also got the A and B lineages on the map. So we got a nice portion of the A and B lineages, right? A and B is the purple one. That's going to have a yellow outline. And the CF lineages are going to be yellow with a purple outline. But now we're going to be doing the DE lineages, which is these ones. As we had went over, that this is going to be the key to this. All right, so we're going to get a good understanding of the fossils, the actual fossils here. But first, let's understand these splits. So remember, we already talked about the separation, how the A and B groups are actually going to be related, right? CT is the split, right? And then you're going to note that there's going to be this one stem right here, right? This stem is going to be your, as you see, your D and your E branches. So you're going to have a D and an E branch that's going to be connected by one node on one stem from the root. So that's going to be very important to take note of. Also, it also mentions that on this, as it says right here. At the oldest of the DE, we know that apparently the Middle Eastern haplogroups, DE split 42,000 years ago, right? So YBP. So very important to note that. But we're getting the older line of it, which is D, right? So D is actually a little bit older than E, and it actually makes some very interesting movements in the ancient lands of pretty much Japan, right? It moves around throughout the Asian continent very early, right? And it settles in a lot of different places, right? Just to get a good understanding of that. We can look right here. See, you can see this D-M174. You can see that it's going back, Upper Paleolithic, saying that it has some deep migrations or deep roots in the lands of Asia. Not recently, but a long time ago. So that will actually cause it to be an ancient lineage that will be in the areas of Asia for a long time. So we're going to get a good understanding of that for this lineage that we already talked about before. All right, we talked about the fossils of it. We had a little note on it, and it's important to know a little bit about it. Let me read this little piece here, right? The Southeast Asian origin for present-day non-African human Y chromosomes. So you see what it's talking about there? So it's going to talk about some interesting things as it talks about the genomes of present-day humans outside Africa originated almost entirely from a single migration. They'll say about 50 to 70,000 years ago, right? They say following with some mixtures of some Neanderthals and all that stuff, right? But let me read you a highlight from there. Here we show, right, the phylogenetic analysis of haplogroup C, D, and FT. Now, why it says FT? FT means F-M89. Sometimes you'll see F-M89 as FT. That's important because F-M89 is counting everything from F to T, right? Because they're all under one node, right? If you look up F-M89, all the lineages that are under it are basically going to be its descendants. Very important to know that about F, right? We can also see that on a total idea of like let's look at 1,000 genome unrooted chart. We can note that because there is going to always be a rule to an unrooted chart. That rule is that your split has to be in your center, in the centerpiece. Let me actually go to one that's simple real fast so we can look at one that's simple. Let me see. Have one down here. Well, up here. This one will do because we'll work with just this. All right, so if you ever seen, basically there's different ones, there's 1,000 genome or the Simmons genome. What's important to know is where it splits, how a star graph works. There's always one piece that all the stems are stemming out from because they're going to be unrooted. But sometimes you'll see stems of what's related. Like, for example, you can notice that on this stem, you'll have your F groups. And actually, F actually makes all these. All these are stemming from the same branch that F is on, but they're coming off from one center stem. And they're going to be making one whole family. That's going to be all related. And that's what we had touched on, that G, H, I, J, K, because all these are going to be under K. G, H, I, J, K is going to be one family, right? So that's going to be very important to note that G, H, I, J, K is going to be one family that's going to be all related, right? So that's going to be very, very important to take a note of. That's what we put on the chart because that's what genetics is also showing. Let's actually open up the chart real fast. And open up the map so we can have it open. All right. So we can see our GHIJK groups over here. And then our A and B groups are going to be these deeper African groups that we're going to take note of. All right. So we can know which ones are related, which ones are family, which ones are related, which ones are going to be family, so that we can go over it very carefully. All right. So we got a little bit to go over. So that's CT. So it's telling us about CT, but it goes on and it tells us, obviously, CT makes both DE and CF. That's what it basically is saying. And they basically say they both basically colonized Eurasia, right? And then it just talks about a few things, obviously connecting a couple things. It says this model proposed says the successful colonization of Eurasia by migrations of populations containing obviously pre-sensor Y chromosome founder, basically your CT lineages, which is your M168, and just talks about obviously basal mtDNA L3, right? Basically, is a lot of mtDNAs are known to come out together, right? And then it goes on and says a couple things. What we need to know about is basically it says this. It says these would have spread globally and diversified over time and space. This model would imply that both CFP143 and the DE-YAP evolved nearby but outside of Africa. So that's very important. So that's very, very important because we, just like we was talking about, one DE-YAP ancestor would have spread to Asia and evolved to haplogroup D, while the other DE-YAP returned to Northeast Africa and evolved into E. Now, notice how it says it went to Africa, right? So that's important about the split in the Middle East and the migrations south and northward. So that's going to be very important to know where we actually find this lineage originally. So it's going to be very, very, very important to note that. That's going to be something that we got to take note of. So I'm going to leave this right here because we're going to have to go to something on that. All right. Back to the earliest lines. So just to get a couple of understandings of early lines, we also know, I already went over this before, that we also know in a culture, in a place of Siberia, we know that this lineage has ties to upper culture areas and areas of the upper Paleolithic area of Siberia, because we know that when DE split, D went upwards and made his way into Japan, right? It didn't split and always be in Japan. It moved and migrated very, very, very early into the areas of Japan, right? That's actually what we were just reading, that we was just talking about some of the movements of the early lineages, right? So we were talking a little bit about that. As we see here, we show, right, talk about, as we said, with C and D and all the F to T groups, including very rare deep rooting lineages, right? It says together, just going over what they're talking about, obviously, and with present day non-African Y chromosomes. This is what it says. All point to a east, southeast Asia, right? All point to east, southeast Asia as the origin, right? 50,000 to 55,000 years ago of all known surviving, of all known, right? Of all known, that means anyone who's living today, of all known surviving non-African male lineages, right? Apart from recent migrants. So you see, that's very important because it's also the same understanding that we actually know that when they was looking at the deep D0, they actually know that D0 actually migrated from the areas of Asia. So it was actually migrating backwards after going deeper into those areas. So that's actually very important to know when they think about the origin of these areas, because sometimes a lot of people want to favor Africa, but if you look at fossils, they're going to favor what they're going to be pointing out as fact. So that's very important. So obviously we had talked about these things, right? We can talk about some of the things as it says. They talk about some other things. I'm just going to point out just a highlight at the bottom just to get right to what's going on here. You can remember we talked about the Jomon, the Japanese Jomon branch of haplogroup D, which is like D-M55, or it's ISOGGD1A2, is in fact believed to have been isolated from other branches of D for about 50,000 years ago. So that's very important to know because it lets us know that there was a branch that moved so quickly that it was able to be isolated in a culture that we know this culture ended around about 1000 BC. So we know that this culture stretches all the way back to they'll say almost like 15,000 BC, like long time ago, right after the said Younger Dryas event, which we had talked about that a lot of these things lead off of these events. So that's very important. So it lets you know the D group, haplogroup, had made a very quick movement in the areas of Asia very quickly. Let's look a little bit more on a few things. These ones I'm gonna skip a little bit because it's just a couple different reads on some culture ties. I'm just gonna go to where they talk about the fossils and a couple different things and what they get at with this lineage. Just go down. So here we can see, I'm going to read something from this. This is where they actually get some of those ancient lineages. Ancient genomic reveals, obviously, just talk about the origins of Japanese populations. So we're going to get the origins, right, of who was the oldest lineage in Japan, right? Because first we got to make sure we put this lineage on there and get a good understanding of the YAP lineage, right? So right off the hand, it already tells us that it's the D lineage. So one of the earliest ones, as we can see when we look at the fossils and things, we can see that this lineage would have been there a very long time. Here we actually got an understanding that it would be about the Mesolithic time frame, as early as the Mesolithic. And it looked like it spent its time there till our time. That D group got there through our time and through the ancient time, because we know that they're also in the Anu. So basically for the D group, we're just going to have to put 1 to 5 that this group in the area of Japan basically becomes, as we went over before, isolate, right? Remember how we said after the Younger Dryas, this one puts the oldest Dryas, right? But, just to get an understanding of these things, that it would be one of the events that actually would have a full end to ancient culture that would have been in that place for a long time and then finally made its way out. So remember, we've seen some of those in the upper Paleolithic and things like that, that this culture would be settled in that area until, right, it continued until another culture came there by the name of Yayo. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but that's the other culture that came in. But that culture had a different lineage. It had an O group. So first, the D group was there for a long time. Remember when we talked about how Japan was actually an area that was kind of like it was like a land bridge, and then as the water rose, it was separate, and it became an island. Made the people have a separate genetic mutation because they became an isolated culture. That's what a haplogroup is. It's a simple group that basically develops together, developing a certain SNPs that basically make it special to them, right? So like haplo, simple, right? Group. This is actually what we're noticing is that the oldest group there will be a D, and then when another group came there, which will be this group, would actually have an O, right? All this is important before we start throwing things on, because we got to understand first which one is older in the origins to make sure when we put this down that we're not just putting it down just for a time we just find just real quick, but for what we find throughout all time. So looking at all the fossils, D has been there since the beginning of time. That at the start of movements of man, D would have settled its way in certain lands of Japan, right? Becoming many different cultures, many different places, right? And here's a basically a find that they found. This one's a really ancient one, basically an ancient lineage that they had found the land, and they just did a comparison. This one I'm gonna leave alone because this one is a little more looking at mitochondria and everything, because this person they found with the mitochondria, but he did have also a interest in mtDNA, which was K2b, which makes a couple different lineages. So that one was also really interesting find. So in that land, technically, we could put that the lines, because this line would actually make a couple different lines. Let me just show. This is what's interesting when we find super groups like this, like a group like this. This would be considered like a super group, because it would make, basically it can make a MS group and it can make a P group, right? This is like, we're talking a super group. When I say a super group, is a node that makes a lot of different families, right? So this node that was found, right, a long time ago would be a different family, but it's important to note that it would also be there. This one would be more older, that you'll have some of these older ones there as well, with the other one that also pops up there. So that's why I was showing that the other one would be more Mesolithic, and apparently some of his lineages of the D lineage go all the way to Paleolithic. So technically making it what we're going to put is a 1. But this lineage also will be basically equal with it. You know what I'm saying? Like this one will be older in a way. And also it makes more lineages than just the D group, right? So it's going to make a lot of different lineages underneath it. Like especially P. P makes R and Q groups. So that's a very, very deep lineage that is found there. So it makes M and S groups and whatnot, and other groups. But other lineages were found there, like C. The reason why I mention this because it's important to know that these are the older groups in those areas. That the oldest group would be C groups, and some of these K groups. So K and C was over in that area longer. But we're going to also put those things down so it's understood. So that's going to be, these are actually really very ancient lineages, just to kind of show that real fast, that that's going to be an ancient lineage. We're going to put this down in a second, but first let me go down and just point something out. So obviously what they were doing was looking at a lot of different ancient lineages and everything, but there's one line by this name that also is to be known that it has a lot of connections to also the D group. That some groups with this group back to that ancient age, like up to 40,000, also had some of that same lineage. It also had that same lineage that we found there. But let me point out something real fast on here, because like we had talked about all those, I'm just gonna speak of this quick highlight here on as far back as it goes to get a good understanding on what we're saying here for these ancient lineages. All right. I'm going to point out this one right here. All right. So this one right here is something important to know. So that's what we were just talking about, how the certain other lineages go all the way back. Watch what it says here. These DM174 populations surprisingly settled in the Tibetan plateau, adapting to extreme environments, possibly benefiting from gene flow from Denisovans. So that's very important. So if we know that it had gene flow, because we got a couple different papers that talk about the gene flow from the Denisovans. If we know that they had gene flow from Denisovans, then that means they had to be there at least in the Paleolithic time frame. So that means that this lineage will be there for a long time, that we're talking basically, as it says, the current Y chromosome evidence suggests multiple early migrations of modern humans from, they say, from Africa via Southeast Asia to East Asia. Now, what's important is looking at the fossils, right? Can we confirm that this lineage began in Africa? Can we confirm that CT was confined only to Africa? No, we cannot, because we know CT, a lot of the lineages are found outside of Africa before it's found inside of Africa. And that's what's important to know, that these lineages are not confined only to Africa, nor did they come from A and B groups, but they come from CT. So that's important to note first. So that's why we have to understand it. As it says, after the first, just talks about obviously their settlements, the northward migrations during the Paleolithic age, right? That's the first, we're going to have to put as a 1. The Paleolithic age shaped the genetic structure in East Asia. So we're talking some very early movements. We're talking the possible earliest movements that we can think of. So connections with Denisovans and everything. And not only that, but we also see, as it says, the younger, it tells us that the younger ones, the N and O, are younger. But as we've seen, we can look at the C group was also there, and also this K group. So these other ones had older age. But look at it, says the younger. It says the younger N and O migrated to East Asia in several waves 40,000 years ago. So if N and O had made a movement 40,000 years ago and they're younger than D, that means at the earliest time of the existence of D splitting, it would have had settled in the lands of Asia. Would have been the lands of Asia for a long time. So this is just important to know when we put this on the chart. As we can see with other things, like if we look at the Anu, we can know the Anu have years saying that they go back almost 50,000 years ago. For example, looking at the Anu and comparing with the Jarwal and other lineages, like the Angu, for example, this right here, before we put it on the chart, the Y chromosome sequences of diverse Indian populations and ancestry of the Aramis, right? So that's very important to get a little understanding. And this is what they say. Jarwal and Angu share haplogroup D lineages with each other, right? Within the last 7,000 years, but had obviously diverged from Japanese haplogroup D Y chromosomes 53,000 years ago, most likely by a split from a shared ancestral node. Do you see what's going on there? Right? They talk about obviously having connections with Denisovans and things like that. And we know the Denisovans lived in Siberia. So that they was in Siberia all over different areas of Asia. So it's important to know that that automatically makes D actually older than E. As we've seen, right? The Middle Eastern haplogroups, D and E split 42,000 years ago. And that's going to be from the reconstruction of Outer Africa concept as not having enough proof, right? Academy of DNA and Genealogy of Newton, USA. So very, very important. That was just a quote from a geneticist, just to show you that. Now let's get a little understanding of those real fast. Let's put them on the map. Let's put it on the map so that we got a good understanding of what just happened there. So in this area that we know that we had spoke before, that a Hamite came over there before a long time ago. So we should expect other lineages to come over there. We know that we actually have Shem and Ham and Japheth going into these areas. So we got to make sure we put that down. It's going to be the first thing that's important. And we're going to put that over here. I'm going to make it filled in. So over here will be where I'll turn this around. And we'll put Japheth here, as well as we'll put Shem. We'll put DE over here. Since we know that both of these lineages were basically there throughout all time, we're just going to have to put 1 to 5. Like that. This one as well. They basically moved together. This lineage basically would have got here at the same time. It would have been making back and forth movements as the groups mixed, and the Anu came there and other groups. So this one would have been there for a long time. That would have been a lineage that would have been in this area for a long time. How fast would that movement have been? Relevantly recent, right? That would have been recent and ancient. So they would have been settled in this area. You can find history of people being in this area for a long time. So that's very important that they would have made that quick movement. Like we had talked about, obviously this lineage had connections from India, and as well as we talked about the other day, that the D group also was found in the lands of, let me actually open up note here. I didn't think I need to open up this one, but we was talking about this the other day, that the D group was also found in the lands of Iran. And I was talking about that D was actually Elam, right? We can show a lot of evidence for that. I'm gonna put a couple different videos in the description afterwards as we went over D. It requires a concentrated video to go over it. But we did find out that D was Elam, had some ties with Elam. Very important. It connects all the way to Syria, dividing from there. But this is what we found out when we were talking about this the other day. Right here. Right? We were talking about what they were just talking about recently on this little thing, and we click the publication right here. All right. So they're going to be talking about this from this university and whatnot. And this is what they were talking about. All right. I'm just going to go down and point it out on here. So this little paper, all right, and it's going back long time ago, but it's going to be looking at Y DNA. This is what they found. It says these references sequences were belonging to 6 main well-defined haplogroups named A, B, C, D, F, G. Right? They would talk about that when they have seen what they seen that it had connections to these lineages. Right? We was talking about that is this line had some connections in these areas, but obviously also in places of, as you can see here, in India and China and Austria. So we can see obviously some major connections with this line, with these places. So that's something that's important when we think of these places. That's one piece to others, right? That's one piece to others. As we've seen that this line was an ancient line that also settled in a lot of these places. We could also see some of it on different, as we like to look at, independent reports, right? As there's a lot of published haplogroups that usually are front page and center, but when you look in the supplementary information, you can find out what all was pulled, right? Because they're gonna usually on their reports talk about what they want to talk about, and yet they'll still have some that they have found that's should also be talked about. Obviously, they can't talk about every single snit in their report. They need to talk about their highlights and everything, but it's nice to see what they found on the total understanding of things. All right, so here's a paper that I'm going to show here, and just to show where it was found, close this. It's from here. It's going to be from, go to the front page. Formation of human populations in South and Central Asia. So we're going to see what's on that. And this is what we have found. So it's just taking a couple of different lineages and everything. So you can see we was just talking about this one by this name. That was that one I was just talking about that also moved. You can see it had connections with China and stuff. in Asia, but that's that K2 one that I was talking about that makes a lot of lines. That one's very interesting. So there's K2 right there. And we've seen the mtDNA just recently. Right. That one's also kind of a supergroup. But let me go. As we can see, you can see some of this, the obviously CT, you can find CT's lineage, even the major CT that makes all E, G, I, L, T and whatnot, because CT makes DE and CF lineages. But you can see this one will be in the lands of Jordan, pre-pottery Neolithic B. As you can see right there, very, very early. Very, very, very early, right? To say Neolithic, it's branching about still, you can consider Mesolithic because they bleed into each other. When we think about those years, and I always remember when we went over this before, how they're dating these years. A lot of it's based upon layers, right? There's another C, right? We can actually point out a lot of CT lineages. But here's another one that's going to be basically in this area, right? That's a long time ago, right? And if we map all the CT, we could, but we're going to leave CT alone. That's just going to be basically a root making a lot of lineages, but we could easily map CT. But that's going to be one in Iran, right? So that's going to obviously be an early lineage. And remember, a lot of these lineages, these are the fossils. When the fossils are put on what they call the Out of Africa scale, they scale them a lot, like hundreds of thousands of years sometimes. So you'll see a fossil that would be, and I talked about this before, there's a fossil of L3 in Syria, Tel Halula. And if you put that same fossil on a scale, it scales 125,000 years. Here we can see an E right here in Ukraine. We're going to definitely put this on the chart. We can see it's in Ukraine. So we're going to plot these E's down because we actually got a few to plot down. But we just wanted to get through D first to kind of get a good understanding of its origins. If it's really that old as it seems it is, and it goes all the way back. So that's something that's very important. So this one is a very old, as I went over before, mutations happen at any time. This is an E lineage, and it's going to be very, very early. As you can see here, that'd be about 6,000 years before present, taking on this scaling, right? Remember, these scales scale hundreds of thousands of years. But when we're bringing it down to the biblical narrative, we want to get to understand what's in the Paleolithic. That's going to be everything right before the flood. So the flood hit, all that's finished. And then we start to get the Mesolithic. That's the settlement of the people. And then we get the Neolithic. That's when they're all still growing into the Bronze Age, till they're all established. And then we're going to get your final stage in the Iron Age, right? Iron Age is where we're going to get at. But we're going to stop today at 3000 BC, about 3000. So anything, right, we're going to stop about 3000, 2000 BC, right? Just like we did with the other ones. So this one, let's make sure we put it exactly in this place, as we want to make sure it's an exact pinpoint so that we're not just just throwing them on the map, because sometimes they seem like it's about, it got the same name, but it could be a pinpoint area that can seem kind of far than what you would think it would be on the same place. Amen, 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 amen. That's definitely the goal, to make sure we have a nice map. We definitely want to have a nice map of these haplogroups. All right, so let's see. Okay, so we already got D up here. That is gonna be easily a Neolithic time frame. So we're gonna put that as a 3. So we're gonna put right up here a D or rather an E group, that's going to be about the Neolithic time frame. All right. Well, that's good. So that's going to be important that we chart that down real fast. So that is an E, right? So we can see that. That is an E with a U8. Let's keep it on. All right. There's a lot of CTs and stuff. Maybe one day we'll just go over CT alone. CT and the roots and stuff. But you can see another CT. That one's also going to have some age, most likely. Probably like Bronze Age, I'm guessing. Yep, BMAC. BMAC, of course. BMAC, we also find E1, B1 in the BMAC culture. That's important. That has let us know that this lineage is actually having a lot of important history, right? Has a lot of important history, right? There's some other A groups, right? We talk about these things and whatnot. A in Iran. We already talked about those things a little bit. We already charted down. But there's a couple different A's around. That's just important. So here's an E1B1B. We'll talk about E1B1B is because we got to know, what language family is this mainly connected with. So this one is in the BMAC culture. Let's put that down in the BMAC culture. All right, we already know. So BMAC is right over here. But just I don't know if I type BMAC, I wonder would it just show it. I don't think it would. Sometimes they do. No. But this is what it is. BMAC culture. Right here, BMAC culture. So we can see in this area, this will be where that E would actually go. So now we got some E's that would settle in the land of BMAC culture. There's actually a lot. There's a lot of E's that actually settle in that area of the BMAC culture. Quite a few. There's going to be E1B1A's there as well. We had talked about that before. We had did live on that on the E1B1A, found the BMAC culture. Just to point it out, there's a lot of E1B1B's there, but there's also some E1B1A's that's found in the BMAC culture. As we can see, let me see if it's on this. It's going to be here. So here is the find that we was talking about before. This is from one of the papers of basically the genomic formation of South and Central Asia, right? Posted March 31st, 2018, right? And from the supplemental information, we know that it had one E1B1A that was high in years that I felt was questionable, but it's definitely something that I believe that these is what we found, as it would be very hard to get from a whole nother SNP to another SNP. But we can see right here, this one, I would say it's kind of questionable. I would make it questionable anyways because of the years. It said 12,000 years ago, but that's matching up with the Natufian. So it would kind of make sense, as we know the Natufian themselves are definitely high up in the years. But that's going to be an E1B1A. But this one is the one that we know without a doubt is E1B1A right here. This one with this one. You can see another E1B1B, E1B1A, and that's going to be in the BMAC culture, right? Goner, Bronze Age, BMAC culture. So we can see that. There's no doubt. That's something that we know without a doubt, right? That's something that we should expect. All right, there's a lot of lineages that are early lineages around, right? A lineages, right? Other lineages around that area, right? There's a lot of different lineages that, you know, the world want to tell you that, oh, people were just monkeys and they didn't really do much in the world, but that doesn't sound like what the biblical narrative was saying. Because if we think about what the biblical narrative was saying, we know that Ham, Shem, and Japheth was about around Noah, at least till he cursed Cain, and then we know the people was around Mount Sinai. So we should find evidence that the world, people of the world, has some involvement with people of the world. Now, remember we just talked about the Natufian. Now we know the Natufian have an E1B1A in it. It says right here, the Natufian samples consisted, obviously, they had Arabian, they had Northern African, they had West Asian, and they had this 6.8% omic, right? We'll talk about that omic when we get a conversation real fast about the Semitic language, because we got to understand a little bit on the Semitic roots and how these linguistic languages actually had ties to this specific family line. And we can note that by its ties of old. We'll note it by its ancient ties of old, right? But before we touch on that, let's read something real fast about the Natufian, right? A genomic history of the Middle East. That's what this paper is going to be. So from 2021, from Cell, it says this: the haplogroup common in Natufian E1B1B is frequent in our database, with most lineages obviously coinciding basically between 8,000 and 9,000 years before present. And then it says right here, though we also find a rare and deep, right, divergent Y chromosome, which basically correlates 39,000 years before present. There is no found E1B1B in Africa that will outdo the Natufians. There is no lineage of any E group that will be older found other than a lineage that we found in the areas of Asia about where D and E split, because D made a massive movement. And that's what we're going to also see when we look at the totality of the picture. In fact, let's open up a picture here just to show that that was a real genetic result. I'm also going to show you something from it real fast about, as we got to talk about the Semitic language, right? So very important that we get a conversation about the Semitic language. Now, what's important to know about Semitic? What language family is it? It says this: all populations investigated speak Arabic, a Semitic language of the Afro-Asiatic language family, right? Very, very important. Very, 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 very important. So we got to understand that Arabic is Afro-Asiatic. So why is that important? Because when Abraham comes, what do they describe him as? Abraham, the Hebrew. Hebrew is Afro-Asiatic. Now let's talk about something about the rise of Afro-Asiatic first, before we start putting the Natufian on the chart, because we already got them. We already got them on the chart so far. You can see over here for the one, that would be the Natufian. But let's talk a little more about them so we can see if they get any more numbers in time. So let's get a little more on the read about them. Now, first, before I do that, let me point out something on here that I think will set the mood for that. So here we go. We can see right here, here's a DE in the lands of Pakistan. And if we look on that, obviously, that's going to be BC time frame. So we at least know that there's DEs that was split about the time where the Israelites will actually have existed. So being in the lands of Pakistan is great because it shows us that that family line would have ties, its family, if being an E, 1B1A, we would know that this line would have ties to lineages outside of Africa. So by the time Israel was in Africa, Egypt coming out, they would still have some family outside of the lands of Africa that would exist around. So that's very important. That's very, very important. So that one we're going to leave alone because that's under 2000. But that's going to let us know about some things real fast so that we can look at some things. But let's go back in time. Let's go all the way back in time real fast. Let's go all the way back in time. We're going to go all the way back in time. So let's have a quick conversation about something. It's going to be from Columbia Education. It's going to talk about the Natufian culture in the Levant, right? A threshold to the origin of agriculture. So agriculture is working of the land, right? Farming and stuff. So it's letting you know of the origin of farming and different things like that. That's important because we're going to note something kind of interesting with this culture. So obviously it starts off and just talk about what is called the Neolithic Revolution, right? That's just basically how the people started getting a little more advanced, right? Trying to do things and whatnot, trying to make movements and whatnot in the land. But let me go down to something real fast. So it just talks about the Natufian homeland. So here's the late Natufian, early Natufian, right? It just says that they evolved over here. Now that's important because we got to be careful when understanding the biblical narrative. The Levant changed many times in the past. So when they got off of Mount Ararat, we know that it is written in the books of Flavius Josephus. Let's take a quick look at that. Or other writings. There's a lot of different writings for how the establishment, but we're going to use this real fast for example. Just for example, as we go over these things to get a good understanding of what's going on, right? Just to get a good understanding on these things. So we just got to go to what the Jews at the first century believed, because remember, he's writing the history of what he believes at that time and what the Jews had known, right? So it's going to give us a good understanding, especially of a first century account, right before the changes of things, before opinions start changing, ideas start changing, people start losing track of what's going on. But let's talk about this one for understanding. All right, little back some right here. All right, so I'm gonna start at soon as the flood happens. We know that that's after the event when we have Nimrod, right? So remember, what's important is before the linguistic languages come, before these languages come, they all had one language. But then you're going to get a division of languages, right? You're going to get your Afro-Asiatic branches. That's like your Akkadian. You're going to have obviously your Indo-European branches, right? That's like your Hittite and things like that. But remember, Hittite, we talked about before, that some lineages seem to merge together at times, right? That's kind of important to note. But let's understand something when they're talking about basically where the people were settling down after the time of Babel, right? So here it is. It talks about how the nations were divided and everything. It just talks about Japheth, obviously, was along Europe and some parts of Asia. That's no doubt. That's okay. And that just gives us some understanding. Obviously, he's making sense. That's what we see genetically as well, right? It talks about, obviously, they were part of Greeks and a couple of things like that, right? That's just truth. Oh, that's all right. But here it is with Shem. Where is Shem? We can see Shem. It talks about, obviously, where was he? He left behind the Elamites. So remember, we were just looking at that, the BMAC culture. The BMAC culture has ties to the Elamites. So that's important. We had talked about that before, that the linguistics of the BMAC culture has some ties to the Elamites, right? Just to kind of show that real fast, as I got a few of these tabs open, but I'm going to point out one of these and make sure I open them wide so it gives me those little highlights of what they are. I want to show you something real fast. In fact, I think it's on here. Let me see if it's on this. I'm going to point this out real fast. Because when we think of certain cultures and how they're connected, it's important that we know about the culture ties, like how certain cultures are tied together. So that can be kind of important in a way to get a good understanding of these things and make sure if it's on this note or is on the other one, because I just want to show you how the linguistics is connected and how we know these cultures are connected. And I'm gonna leave this right here because we're gonna come back to that little thing right there. All right. And then we'll also talk about how this line get into the lands of Africa, because first we have to understand where it began, where it started off at, because that's going to give us some understanding to what we're seeing today. It's going to give us some good understanding to what we're seeing today. All right. In fact, I think it's right here. Just wanted to open all those. Okay. Just got to make sure these are good. All right. So it's right here. Let's see on here if it's on here. Let's see. All right. It's actually a one more note I got to open. Just realize it's on a note because when talking about the Shemites, you know, they do have new mutations from basically mating with the women. And they basically have this mutation of L that rises up. L is not that old. L is actually a recent lineage. L is actually a fairly recent lineage. A lot of times they'll say that other lineages came from L, but that's not true. You want to be careful on that conclusion. You want to be very careful on what came from L, because we already had some genetics that will tell you what's the real origin, because we can look at Isham, and Isham is actually older than many different lineages, and Isham's mtDNA has existence for SNPs for other lineages. That's actually something that we actually had knew when we talked about some of these things, like the mutation rate. So for example, you can see on this tree, you can see Isham, right? Which Isham Y DNA basically makes a lot of mtDNA, right? I mean, his Y DNA makes a lot of Y DNA, and his mtDNA actually makes a lot of mtDNA. But that's another story that we'll talk about another time, right? They just talk about some things about the real origins of mtDNA and everything, and how it's actually formed and whatnot. But let me see if I have that piece on here. I want to just show you real fast. Let me see if it's on this. Otherwise, I'm gonna just skip it. I think it's this.
Where we use
okay, so here it is. I'll just show you a interesting linguistic connection. So what you can see here, let me make sure it's kind of this is good. All right, what you can see here, if you look, you actually are seeing that it's gonna have some connections from over here, from the BMAC, all the way over here. So that's actually important to understand that there's some linguistic ties, but the major linguistic ties is with Elam. That this one has a major linguistic tie with Elam, but it has connection through all these lands.
300 BC.
You can see this little right here. I'll just let him explain it real fast so you can hear what he's gonna say. Just so you can see what he's gonna say right here. All right, so that's a piece of it. And then I'm going to also connect it with this just to show you something else with that. So you can see that that language, it wasn't only isolated to Susa, but it was spreading throughout that upper coast area. So that's going to be very important about its movements in that area. And we also know that the BMAC culture has evidence, as you can see right here, like when we think about these cultures over here, right? They would have a lot of ties, and they have in this area was an area of basically pastoralists, predominant mobile pastoralism. So there was a lot of pastoralism that was taken off in these areas. And notice we've seen that E group started to move over there. And we're going to talk about that, about the changing of that group. But here it is we have seen that it actually has prisons and everything. It has ties to what looks like a prison, right? And a couple different things, right? They just talk about it here, about the BMAC culture that will be in the areas from Iran to Pakistan. That's why we was looking at that. Some of the lineages in Iran and Pakistan. That's why the Most High had said something really early to Israel, right? A long time ago, even when relating it with ancient Elam, you can find some interesting things, right? He says that in Jeremiah, right? As it says, right? We can see in Jeremiah 49 and 38, and I will set my throne in Elam, right? Isn't that interesting for that thought that he said he will set his throne in Elam, right? Very, very interesting for that understanding. Obviously, it has major meanings to it in history. Also, an interesting idea when you look at ancient past in the lands of Elam. So it got some very interesting stuff. Now let's get back over here, because now we got to dive into the history so that we can talk about why we're talking about Elam and a couple of different things. So now we're just talking about the Natufian, where they began, and we're going to work our way to some of these places. But we know that the Natufian have E, but we did see some of the E groups over there. So we got to explain that. How did they get there, right? We can explain that because we know what happened. Let's get a little understanding about what happened with some of the movements of things. So I'm going to talk about what happened real fast. I'm going to scroll down. So obviously they have a very special culture, but let's talk about something that's kind of interesting. So here's what they talk about here when they go over some things with the Natufian. So here's what it goes on. The Natufian and the emergence of Neolithic farmer hunter communities. So now let's talk about farmer hunter communities. So that's kind of interesting for the transfer of what's happening there. So they just go on and talk about some things. I'm just going to basically point out the summary of what they get down to. Let me get a magnifying glass and just point this out. So on this side, at the bottom, it's going to be your early Natufian. This is your earliest time frame. And then it works your way to all the way to basically the pre-pottery Neolithic B, right? Working its way closer to our time. So the further out is the earlier Natufian. Now, what we notice is that we can obviously see the wild animals, like the wild gazelles and the deers at the time of the Natufian. Obviously, there was a lot of them, right? There wasn't a lot of sheep and goats in the early Natufian, but we do see something change in the pre-pottery Neolithic B, and an increase in sheep and goats. So at first there wasn't that much sheep and goats, and then all of a sudden, and what they call the Neolithic Revolution and the pre-pottery Neolithic B, they just all of a sudden start taking in sheep and goats. And then all of a sudden they start becoming basically pastoralists. Notice also what shrunk. So they have more wild animals early on, but all of a sudden, not that much. So the gazelles shrunk. So when the sheep and goats increased, the gazelles decreased as well as the deers decreased. So we see that those actually decreased very quickly. Now, what's also interesting in this time frame was entrance in horses. So this right here, I keep saying this word weird, equators, stuff like that. But it's a word for basically horses. And it's different types of breeds of horses, right? Different types of these four-leg hoof running animals, right? Carrying animals and different things like that. But there wasn't much entrance in that, but that was an interest that happened there. But what's also interesting, let me actually open up something here. We got to be careful on that, because I'm not saying the Tufians introduced horse breeding. I'm saying that they started to get interested in the idea of horses. But the ones who actually was chief of the breeding of the horses and bringing forth the horses and everything, we actually have a little evidence of what cultures that actually was taming the horses and getting the horses going. And that would actually be more of the northern nations that actually had more settling of the horse. Now, they had other ideas a long time ago with how the horse was settled, but it's nice to have kind of like a source or a real piece of information to really explain what was going on with those horses and everything. But let me let this thing load in real fast and point something out here. All right, so I just want to show you something real fast that I just think is important that I wanted to point out real fast. All right, so this is something that I thought was interesting, and this is what it said. The scientific team, therefore, decided to extend their study to the whole of Eurasia by analyzing the genomes of 273 horses that lived between 50,000 to 200 years BC, right? And basically, they took some of those horses and they looked at some things and they wanted to see what was these breeds. When did people start domesticating horses? Now, what's interesting is people didn't start domesticating horses mainly into fairly not that long ago. We'll say, just to get a little idea, because a long time ago they thought they domesticated them early, but really, I'm just going to close this. Just really, we need to understand this. It just talks about a couple of things with their findings. Let me just point out a highlight on here. And this is what I read. A genetic profile previously confirmed to the Phonetic steppe, right? Confined to the Phonetic steppe, basically North Caucasus, began to spread beyond its native region, right? Replacing all the wild horse populations, right, from the Atlantic to Mongolia within a few centuries. But how can this rapid population growth be explained? Interestingly, scientists find two striking differences between the genomes of this horse and those of the populations it replaced. Now, this is what's interesting. Now, if there was a global flood, right, and every animal that was left died, then the animals that would come out the boat would look like they have replaced all other animals. Why would a horse go on a genocide and kill a bunch of horses? But what we're noticing is this. One, right? One is linked. It just goes on and talks about a couple of different things, right? And it talks about basically, let me go into it so that we can actually point this out. I'm actually going to point out what they talk about because it's kind of interesting, because what they basically find out is that all the horse breeds that are today is a whole different family line. Then it's kind of like what we see with Neanderthals and Denisovans, that we know they are ancient humanoids, but they don't make anyone today. It's the same concept with these horses, that they found these horses and basically they don't make any horses today, but they make all ancient horses, or horses. They make horses today. They don't. Let me put that more clear. The ancient horses don't make horses today, but the horses today are going to be basically all the horses that exist today. For example, the reason why we know is because they were concluding. Let me just show you in here. Let's see if I can find it on here, just to point it out. It's kind of interesting on this. Right here, let's see. Because of culture. So the study also revealed that spoke a cherry wheel, not based on the horse, as years later. This made the horse process history of animals. Let's see. Became global. All right. It's right. Let me make sure, because I think I overlooked it. All right, here it is. All right, so watch what it says here. Because obviously they had some ideas before. They thought that that horse was domesticated a long time ago, but it wasn't. This is what it says. It says, besides the steppe of Central Asia, all other presumed facade, I'm going to say it right, of domestication, such as Anatolia, Siberia, and the Iberian Peninsula, and what should they say here, had turned out to be false. Now, why are they saying it turned out to be false? Because they're talking about when they were providing some of the oldest evidence of domesticated horses, the DNA results, however, were not obviously aligned with it. You know why it wasn't aligned with it? Because it found out the horses that they had seen, the DNA of horses that was said 550 or 5,500 years old horses were not the ancestors of modern domestic horses. You hear what I'm saying? I'm saying that there's evidence of I've seen this with a lot of different animals, that almost every animal, right, comes from a stock of animals that are not the same as the ancient wiped out animals. Like there's animals that are wiped out recently, right? And that's what they're saying. They're saying that basically it was wiped out. And that's what is important to know, right? So it's not the same breed. That's why they said that. That's why they said what they said. Go back over here. That's why they said on the first part, right here, the scientists found, right, two striking differences between the genomes of this horse and those of the population it replaced, right? So you can see what happened. So it replaced a population, and it obviously talks about its different behavior, its more docile behavior, and a stronger brow bone and everything. But it talks about that horse is a different horse that came in later. But it says the study also reveals that the horse spread throughout Asia at the same time as spoke-wheeled chariots and Indo-Iranian languages. So it's saying that when that all happened, that happened about the same time. So that's actually important to know, because that is what we should expect after a flood event, that we should see a change of culture very instantly. And that's what we will see, especially with the rise of the divided languages like Semitic and Indo-European. Just like the Indo-Iranian is still part of Indo-European. However, the migration of Indo-European populations from the steppe to Europe during the 3rd millennium BC could have not been based on the horse, as its domestication and diffusion came later. So that's important. They didn't instantly domesticate the horse. They domesticated a little later. This domestication, or this domesticate, no, let's say it wrong. But pretty much, it's basically, long story short, is that it's something that's important with studying human migrations and animal history, right? Long story short, is that is kind of important for understanding migrations. That's why last time we talked about the movement of the cattle. That's also important to know, because when they became pastoralists, then you can note movement of their cattle, because pastoralists move with their cattle. So if you see a certain breed of cattle, and also we can find haplogroups of cattle to know which cattle go where, which makes a separation, right? But let's go back to over here to get a little more into that. So we was just pointing it out because, yes, that was starting to be a rise of an interest in horses. So that was something that was going on. But pastoralist starts to rise in the pre-pottery Neolithic B. So that's very important, that we'll start to see the Natufian throughout time, because the Natufian are still going to be in the pre-pottery Neolithic B. E is going to be from here to here. It's going to be very important. We'll also point that off. That's also what this was talking about, that those lineages will be the same, right? And all these are happening again after that said Younger Dryas event and all that, all right? Keep on going and talk about something else. So a little bit about these things, right? I'm going to click this and show something. It's just a little map just to know that, yes, the Natufian was in that area for a long time. This is from 2001. It's going to be multi isotopic evidence of population, aggregation in the Natufian and scent migration during the early Neolithic, right? Neolithic of the southern Levant. So that's going to be kind of important. It's going to give us some understanding of what's going on there. Long story short, is just talk about, obviously, a continuity of the Natufian population, basically staying living in these parts of the land for a long time, right? They got your early Natufian, late Natufian, Younger Dryas, final Natufian, And then we get some of the other cultures, and then you get what's called sedentary culture, which is basically sitting down, staying still. And then you got your agriculturalists. Now, sometimes people will try to say Natufians are hunter and gatherers. That's not true, because we know that Natufians were herding different animals. We know that they had certain farms where they have certain breeds together. Sometimes people have their little scrap animals like rats for basically cleaning up garbage and stuff. They'll have a huge breed or a certain isolated area for them. So that's another way with keeping the place clean, whatnot, and having certain. You'll see that sometimes in farm, people will have pigs for eating the scraps and stuff like that. They'll have certain animals for certain things, and that's what we've seen with the Natufian, that they actually show that they actually had farming abilities early, very early for the Natufian group. But their explosion in a lot of these things are found more recent. But we do have some evidence of them being agriculturalists and everything. But just be careful with some of these years, because a lot of times that carbon that they're pushing the years back and whatnot, and the layers that they're buried in. But this just talks about, obviously, like I said, that long story short, they were there for a long time, is what they're basically talking about. Is that they just talk about obviously the movements of the Natufian into other places, and basically makes understanding about their farming. As it says, although the initial just talks about some things, it was population growth, right? That basically talks about, because of the population growing, it made them obviously consider farming, because as you get more people, now you got to get more food. So that was the development of farming settlements. So more people, so Natufians increased over time, and as they increased, they needed more room and they needed more food. Is basically what they had came to the understanding of, is that basically, obviously, as a population grows, it would naturally come to its needs, and that would change how it would structure itself, which its needs was for that purpose. So this one, just gonna skip. That's just a copy of this. I'm just gonna put this right here. All right, so let's talk about something else. So this is just some interesting highlight. I want to just read real fast. So I think it's a really interesting piece of information that I think is interesting. So why haplogroup agricultural cultures and language families, a review of the possibility, just going over some things, obviously using what DNA, haplogroup E-M35. So we got a YAP lineage. We got E as a YAP lineage, and we can get a good idea of this E1B1B lineage, which will be obviously a lineage that will lead us to what it possibly is, if it's a Shemite and everything, because we actually find this in the Natufian culture, in the land of the Levant, as it says right here. It obviously talk about where we will find it. We can see it also in the Maghreb. We can see it also in the Levant. So it's actually making some movements. But what's interesting about that is that in both of these areas is where we should expect one branch of what is called the Afro-Asiatic family to go. We should expect the Afro-Asiatic family to actually spread throughout areas of Africa and areas of Levant, because we know that the people of ancient time, Jotanites, who are family of Eber, right? Because remember, Eber has two different sons, Jotin and Peleg, and Jotin has a large branch. Jotin's family goes into some interesting areas. For example, just read an interesting quote that talks about one of the interesting areas that Jotin's family goes. This is going to be a book basically having the records of some of the Arabians, right? And it's going to be basically some of the travels and trade in the Indian Ocean. And if I recall, it's going to be, I believe, let's see if I can find a date on it. I think it's like 1980, something like that. But I'll put the note in the description and everything. 1874, 1980, 1932, right? Quoting from earlier historians, Arabian historians. So this is what it says. About 18 BC, that's like almost 4,000 years ago. So around 18 BC, 1,800 BC, according to the Arab historians, Jotanite tribes entered and conquered South Arabia. So we should find in South Arabia some of the sons of the Hebrews, the Jottonites, right, who also become Arabians, but were largely absorbed by the Cushite stock. Now, how were they absorbed by the Cushite stock? That's also important to know, that we actually have evidence of a line going into South Arabia, Yemen, right? And that line is actually going to be as we see, some of these mtDNA groups to give evidence of some of the movements of these Natufian groups with some of these female groups. As we can see right here, there's going to be a study of basically a Byzantine analysis of Yemen. Mitochondria genome suggests multiple migration events with Africa and West Eurasia. And what we can see here is that this is what they had found. So Yemeni, just obviously talk about what's their lineage. It says from either the Haliocene or latest Paleocene. And they say this, right? It says ages of clades in basically sub-haplogroups, basically L3 groups, and M and N groups, which we can find all those in the Natufian groups. These L groups are more, as I've seen, as I went over them, it seems like they would be more closer to like family-wise, but they would be a later mix that come in later on, later generations. But we will see that they would have an M and N groups. That's how we see later with them with U6s and H's and other things like that that mix in. But as we can see, and as often you can see right here, they say obviously they move into different areas, but it lets you know that these lineages, even the L0, it says 5 sub-haplogroups, show no monophyleticity and are candidates for Haliocene migration into Yemen. So it lets you know about some of the movements of these lines and whatnot. So we know that by the mtDNA, there's some interesting movements that's going on. We know there's some interesting movements, and we know that if you have some connections to Israel, you're going to have to go through the lands of Africa to get to anywhere in Africa. So it just makes sense for a south migration, as we even see historically. So it's letting you know about some of those those movements. Get back to that over here. Finish that piece. So it goes on about the Jottonites. So obviously they're absorbed by the Cushite stock, right? Those mtDNAs that they will pick up later on, because the E1B1B group doesn't get none of the early E1B1B groups, at least that we have seen, until at least 3000 BC, till at least 3000, 4000 BC. They don't get with the L lineages for a long time. They don't get with the L lineages until about 3000, 4000 BC. But they are first seen with these earlier lineages of M and N and things like that. But that's why it says they absorbed to the Cushite stock. So that's how they start to pick up the L and the L lineages later on. This was probably the power that dealt with the Egyptians under the the 17th dynasty. As picture, it just talks about obviously some of the things that happened. They're just saying basically the combinations of the Sabaeans. I probably skipped a little bit. It just says they were absorbed in the Kushite stock. As a result, the second, or Sabaean, because the second means Sabaean. Sabaean means the second, or empire of aid, was formed, in which the Jottonites became the sacred and land-owning castes, right? While the political and economic activities remained with the Kushites. So you can see what's going on. Obviously, you get some of the Shemites moving around with the Kushites. Remember, we talked about who was the Cushitic lines. We already know which ones are, but now we're noticing in this area of Arabia, we're going to see that apparently some of the Jottonites have moved into the area of Yemen, and they're going to be making their way into a certain area through a certain landmass, right? Just toss a little bit, right? Just talks about a Jottonite stock from Yemen migrated into Africa. So it's very important. So remember, we're talking BC time frame movements historically recorded that a Jottonite, who was a Shemite, moved into Yemen, migrated into Africa, and establishing themselves in Abyssinia. Now, do we have any historical reports telling us that Abyssinia has Shemites? Yes, we have a couple, But here I'll read one from this little one from here, just to talk about what's in the area of Abyssinia. That's in the lands of the Horn of Africa. So a lot of times you'll see sometimes Israelites in the Horn of Africa. That's all right. That's why a lot of times if you look in the scripture, you'll hear about Ethiopians. You know who else married an Ethiopian? Moses and a lot of different other people, right? In fact, we can notice that a lot of times we got a lot of influence with these ancient lines. That's just important to know that their history would actually be entwined in major history, right? That we shouldn't be isolating other cultures that seem like they might be insignificant, but actually look a little more into it. Here's going to be from Cornell University, right? A library from there. Let's get a little understanding of what they write. This is what they write. They write this. They write this. The Arabs belong to the great family of nations, which on account of their supposed descent from Shem, the son of Noah, are commonly known as Shemites. Did you know that if a person speaks from the Afro-Asiatic Semitic branch, or if they are a descendant from one of those people who are from the Afro-Asiatic Semitic branch or from Shem, that they are considered Shemites? That's important to know for the understanding for what it means to be anti-Semitic, right? To be anti-Semitic is to hate Semites, right? So that's very important. You got to be careful with definitions because a lot of definitions are getting misused today. But that's the understanding for what a Shemite is. So we know that obviously the Arabians are Shemites, as we should notice, because even in the biblical narrative, who sold Joseph? Midianites and Ishmaelites. But those throughout history are called Arabians. So you got to be careful with that, with how you go about that. But also be careful with these genetics, because you can also see, if you be careful, you might have different mutations that happen fairly early, because these mutations early on are basically together, combined. But let's continue on with this read. It says, this term includes the Babylonians, the Syrians, the Hebrews, the Phoenicians, the Arameans, the Abyssinians, the Sabaeans. Remember we were talking about that? The Abyssinians, how they also had connection with the Sabaeans, and the Arabs, right? But we also got to be careful with some of these groups that also have some mixing, some extra mixed groups in them, right? As we had talked about before, with other groups that will be descendants of Ham, but those will be the A groups, A and B groups for the monophylactic families, understanding of that. But now we see another source that also is connecting Abyssinia of Africa, that actually, how do we know that it's actually Africa, right? How do we know that this is actually Africa? Because there's only one way through Yemen in ancient times, which is known by the Egyptians and other sources. As it says, that the land of Punt, right? The land of P-U-N-T, Punt, not Put, Punt, which will be at the corner of Yemen connecting Abyssinia, could not be in Arabia because the faces of Punt people were not Semitic. So now this is important, because you got to note that what we're using is unbiased sources. And that's what we usually use, so we can get a good understanding of history and things, whatnot. Unbiased sources are going to give us an unbiased understanding of information, critical information of what's known of early civilizations. Now, he's saying that the people of Punt, obviously, like I said, they were absorbed in the Kushite stock. That means that they mixed with the women. And then they looked at the land of Punt by the land of Yemen, and they said they don't look like they're Semitic. Well, if you take a look at people who's in the land of Yemen, right? We can look at Bedouins and things like that, but their color is not always going to be bright, but they're going to have different shades of brown and different colors throughout that area. So we got to consider, when we think about these people, what do we see and everything? And if we simply type down E1B1B, right? E1B1B isn't only contained to one pigmentation, but we can find people with different pigmentations of E1B1B. But we do have dark-skinned E1B1B Somalis and things like that, and other lineages. But we do know that this will be an ancient line. That's very important, that this will be a very ancient line. But that's going to give us a good understanding that the people in Yemen do have dark skin. So they will say they don't look Semitic, but that is Semitic. You got to be careful on what we think is Semitic. The testimony of Arabia, okay, right, would be at fault. It says later the Sabaean Cushites, right, going on when to talk about that, conquered by who? Yarub, a Jotanite stock from Yemen, migrated into Africa, establishing themselves in Abyssinia, and continued the ancient conflict for 6 centuries more. So we're obviously getting an understanding that they went through Punt from Yemen into Abyssinia, and these are Shemites. And we know that history-wise, many people know that in Abyssinia, there are going to be Shemites. So that's going to actually play for what we already had on the map for where we see right here for some of the Mota lines and the other lines. As we had talked about before, when we had talked about this with a geneticist, when we were talking about Mota, just to let you hear real fast what he said about this very interesting line of Mota, right? So I wrote a message to him, right? This is what I wrote. Is it true Mota is only 4,500 years old, making all E1B1A Y-DNA that are in Africa no older than the Bronze Age? That's important because this E lineage, if it's not actually African, but is actually Levantan, is going to give us some understanding of its growing in the Natufian culture and the pre-pottery Neolithic B, because we want to get back to that. I also, so this is going to be a geneticist who I saw in the video. I noticed it used a Bronze Age Mota to determine if what basically was African, as I believe Mota links the E1B1 star of the Natufians, which is P2, till the pre-pottery Neolithic B. That's what we were talking about, pre-pottery Neolithic B. That later connection, BMAC culture, E1B1 star with Europe, right? Cultures like the E and Neolithic France, because there's an E group in Neolithic France. We'll talk about that too, that we just pointed out. That was also in connection with Germany. That one that said 7,000, 8,000 BC. It says, so I just talked to him a little bit about that, about the Mota, right? I believe there is no Neolithic nor Paleolithic, basically fossils of E1B1A, V38 SNPs. And this is what he basically said. Lion. He says, you're right that it is not truly African. Now that's important to understand, because now that we understand that Mota is not truly African, then we got to continue on the road that we're establishing for the understanding of the Semitic language. Let me just read you something real fast from here. So remember, we just talk about that and some of the movements here. Just going to go down and point out something. So we know that this E lineage actually went into the lands of Yemen and went down into these areas. And also it would have some movements over here. This E lineage will actually have some movements going into those areas. So that's going to be very important. We also we know because of that movement, we know it's have connections to Semitic. We're going to look at South Semitic and note the connection with this Cushitic language. So remember, that's a linguistics. The Cushitic language is a fusion language. There's actually going to be a fusion language that actually comes later, not earlier. So that's going to be very important that we note that that language comes later, not earlier, right? Because we got a note here, before they go southward, before that language goes southward, it goes northward. So right here is an understanding of the spread of basically farming in the Neolithic time frame. And you can see right here where it started off here, and it worked its way outwards throughout this way. And then the language will also still have some connection with all these areas. All these areas will be actually connected in linguistics. That's actually a certain culture that makes that movement. And that culture actually has a certain name that I should point out, which I will, I might as well, because that culture has a certain name that I'm gonna make sure I point to, because it's kind of interesting, kind of important, I think, right here. This is going to be called your Cordrum pottery culture. So here is basically what happens. They leave the Levant, right? They leave the Levant and they settle in these areas. Let me see who's going. Amen, amen. So they leave the Levant and they'll settle in these areas, and it'll be a very early time frame, right? But this is even before we get the southern branches of the Semitic branch. This is important that they go up first. And we know what lineages do we find there, as it says, right? They found obviously E1B1B there. So they found some other lineages as well, but that's the one we want to talk about, is that this is obviously showing us that E1B1B was making some major movements throughout the world, right? Carrying some of this linguistic ties and things of that sort. So that's going to be very important. But now let's go down and look at the movement of the linguistic family of Semitic. Now, if we take a look at this branch here, this is going to be an understanding Semitic. So remember that pottery that we just took looking at the time of the Akkadian, when the Akkadians was going to rise a little later. We know that about 6,000, this time frame here, 6,000 years before present, we know that the earliest branches were not yet the South branches. We know that those branches they weren't first. The linguistic branch doesn't start down here and make its way up. It starts up here and make its way down. That the origins of Afro-Asiatic actually starts with the Natufian culture, right? So we know that without a doubt, that the origins of this language actually begins with the Natufian culture, right? Now let me show something just to show that the Natufian are Semitic, that the Natufian culture is Semitic. So we want to make sure, not just that we're putting it down, but that we're understanding that we are looking at a Semitic culture, right? Let me make sure I go to that here. Let's see, where is that on this? So I can point that out. All right. Let me see. Let me type this one again, because this one might be an old one. Because I got copies of notes and stuff. All right, there it is. I think the other one was an older copy. But I want to point this out about this Natufian culture and what we know about them before we start getting to that pre-pottery kneeling to be. And we know that there's E groups in that culture, in the pre-pottery kneeling to be. So that's something that we know without a doubt, that we have E groups going from the Natufian time frame to the Neolithic time frame. So that's a transition from the Paleolithic, Mesolithic, and the Neolithic time frame that we have covered. Not only that, but the oldest Natufian is 39,000 years before present. And we also know that the DE group split in the Middle East, and D is older than E. So that's actually important to understand, because D also has some autosomal connections with a separate branch of a Japanese branch that has some ties a little bit to Denisovan. So, but that's a separate branch that diversed or divided from DE and got some interesting ties. So very, very interesting ties there. I'll let that load in real fast, and then I'm gonna point this out, as I think this is a very important point to point out, that we do know without a doubt that the Natufian culture is not just a regular culture, but it's a Semitic culture, right? And that's going to come from the Shemites, right? So we got to be careful on adding to history, because a lot of people, they think that there was a replacement, or that Hebrews must have came from a different family stock, like an Indo-European family or something like that, or some random branch. And then they picked up Hebrew, but rather Hebrew is under the Afro-Asiatic stock, right? Hebrew is going to be from the Afro-Asiatic line. That's going to be from one large family of the Afro-Asiatic branch. As it says, Abraham, the Hebrew, right, from the Chaldeans. And remember, Chaldean, the Akkadian word for Chaldean actually comes to the same word that's said for basically Abraham's brothers' sons, right? That basically makes the Arameans and whatnot, and some of the siblings of basically who will be considered cousins of Israel. That's what will be connection when you think of Abraham of the Chaldeans in connection to him being a Hebrew of the Afro-Asiatic stock. So that's important to know, because also to know that the Chaldeans historically would have started in the Levant. Even biblically in the Bible, it tells us that he hears of his basically the rise of his brother's sons in the Levant, right? So he's going to the Levant. He got Isaac is right after that, the part where he's going to sacrifice Isaac and he gets saved and everything. So I'm gonna let that. I don't know why that's trying not to open real fast, but I'm gonna let this thing do what it's gonna do, or I can point out. I'll just point out. I could probably find it. I think. Let me think if I could. No, I want to grab the one I already have, because I already have one. Otherwise, I'll open it up on another tab. Let me make sure all these is good. This one seems all right. Or I'll just switch one of these real fast to it. I'm gonna open up another tab real fast so that we can have that. All right. Let me just show this real fast, because when we think of, linguistics and everything, we gotta go to a linguist and see what he says when looking at the bone structure and seeing what the ancient people could have spoke. Because obviously we know Hurrians would have spoke Hurrian, right? They would say it's not Indo-European nor Semitic, but it's a created language. It still has some high ties to some of the Indo-European names, because we can take some of those branches and kind of piece them together, especially when we look at the Mitanni and know that the Hurrian are the Mitanni, which the Mitanni has a lot of Indo-European phrases that have some branches from the writing style of the Akkadians. So that's kind of important to note. But for Semitic, there's different branches of Semitic. So yes, there's the Afro-Asiatic branch, but under the Afro-Asiatic branch, there is going to be modern Semitic. So modern Semitic is going to be obviously like your Hebrew, your Arabian, right? Aramaean, things like that, Akkadian. Those are going to be kind of important, because those are still going to be obviously Afro-Asiatic. Okay, so here it is. I'm going to read from what it says here. All right, so this is what it says. It's going to be a book from basically a linguist right here, Christy G. Turner II, and this is what they find when they're looking at these things. From 2008 is when they had got this understanding. So they're just talking about the Natufian, obviously having some connection to the Levant, but this is what they say. Obviously, they look at the Natufian teeth, and I'm going to read what they say about it. It says, this paper makes an additional inference, since there is archaeological and physical anthropological reason to believe that the Natufian were related to not just any Afro-Asiatic branch. Watch what they're related to. It says were related to modern Semitic speaking people of the Levant, right? He says, I suggest that some part, if not all, of the Afro-Asiatic family originated north, not south, but north of Africa proper, since Natufian culture dates to after the Younger Dryas, pretty much. Suggesting that the year of Afro-Asiatic language family might also be about that old. So that's very important. So remember, Semitic, that's modern Semitic, that's Afro-Asiatic. One second. All right. So this is a very important note real fast that's going to be important for understanding Afro-Asiatic. The Afro-Asiatic is a linguistic family to know about. All right. Let's get back to over here. Let me just close some of these as we got a couple things open, which we don't need right now. All right. And there we go. All right. So again, yeah, as you can see, Shemitic, the linguistics of Semitic will be all in these areas. So remember we talked about that? The movement of the Semitic groups going through the lands of Punt with the Cushites connect, and if they move with the Cushites, the Hamites, they will be able to speak to them. They will learn to speak their linguistics. But remember, it doesn't go from Hamitic language or Hamitic Semitic,
who lived circa
right?
3,369
But it goes to
to
Akkadian.
3,110 BC.
I want to show you this video that this brother did. I think him and Will did the best illustration of the Akkadians, but I'm not going to show them right now because we aren't yet at the Akkadians. But I will show that because I think it's important to mention when you find something important. So it is important to know about this Afro-Asiatic branch. It makes the Akkadian family, right? It also makes a family called Omic. We're going to come back to that and point out that these are all tied. But notice, remember, we're still talking about the E group, that the Afro-Asiatic family is going to have ties to the E group. So it's going to be very important. Afro-Asiatic is Semitic, right? So again, as we see right here, E-M34 may have their origins. Middle Eastern Semitic speaking populations typically have a similar presence of E-M35. Your Asian lineages, then most said African populations of Afro-Asiatic speakers, right? Except for, they say, Chadic, which will have R and whatnot. But as you can see, as we look at these things, we can see some interesting connections. And we talk about the Mota branch, we'll also note that, as we can see right here, E1B1A or E1B1A2 or E-M239 subclades are also going to have connections to southern said Cushitic, Shemitic branch. But even though they call it Cushitic, it's still under the Afro-Asiatic branch that also branches with Semitic. So that's very important. It's actually considered South Semitic. So that's very important. So it's going to still have some ties together because remember we had understood it with the Jotanites and everything and their movements. So very, very important to get a good understanding of that with these things. So it talks about the whole tree of E, right? From E star even all the way to E1A and E1B. They all have some ties to Afro-Asiatic. That is actually a family that has some early ties to the Afro-Asiatic family and stock. As we go on and read, first we show the polygeny for haplogroup E from ISOOG, right? Or ISOGG, right? It says again, this time to show E-M35 and its ancestral content in order to assist the discussion about the apparent geographic origins along with those of his closest relatives. So very important, giving us some good understanding of his family, as we can see all the way from the root and everything. But it goes on and lets us know, obviously, when looking at the branches in their family and where they're connected with, obviously, they obviously have connections to this Afro-Asiatic family. It's long story short, is what they come down to, is that they have a lot of movements in areas as we should expect. We also got to know that the Midianites also took the lands of Libya. So that's something important to know as well. And we know also in the book of Josephus that talks about that the Shemites settle in the lands of Damascus and areas around, right? So we already seen that with sons of Shem, obviously with Elam, so settling around the Indian Ocean and other areas around, like when we think about the Chaldeans, right? And Aramaean or Aram, and also the Syrians, right? They settle in the area of Syrians, obviously Damascus, right? That's actually important. Obviously, letting us know of these ones that will become the Arabs, because a lot of these actually become Arabs, especially when they're deported during the time of Assyria. Now, obviously, remember we talked about Jotun, right? Jotun's obviously of Eber. So that's very important, but it's giving us information that would help us understanding these things. But they're all going to be one family. These Shemitic families and also the Hebrews are actually going to be a Shemitic family. So that's going to be very important. So that's why it says Abram the Hebrew, right? That's why we see in the scripture when it talks about all these things of Abram and everything, they know that when it concludes that Abram is a Hebrew, right? When we're looking at these lands set 4,000 years ago or such and such, you'll also know that that's important to know of ancient movements. Let me show you something else that this first century historian knew about his families. This is what he knew, that Abraham, remember, as the scripture says, he had other sons. So we know that he had other sons, and we know that those sons, as we know without a doubt, it's historically recorded that those sons went into Arabia, right? We had talked about this before, that as it says, right? It just goes on and talks about some things right here. It says that the sons of Keturah, which were the Median from the Midianites, are Median, right? Not like the ones from like the Midianites as in the Persians and Media, but I always say that their name all weird, but from Keturah, her sons, right? From the Median. But pretty much this is what it says. It is told about that this Orphrein, one of the grandsons of Abraham, that this Orphrein, that he made war against Libya, Africa, and took it, and that his grandchildren, when they inhabited, called it from his name, right? Saying that Orphrein has linguistic ties to the name Africa, which we talked about before, is actually going to have ties to Afro-Asiatic language. It actually means to basically to conquer and to be over. It's basically a name of basically meaning the motherland. So it comes from a son of Abraham's name. So that's from a first century historian that's telling you that there was some migrations of Shemites going to Africa. So we got obviously sons of Abraham going down there. We also got sons of Jotun going down there. So we should see some movements of a linguistic family that would fill the areas of Africa and have kind of like a similar tie with some of the Shemite or the Hamitic groups they were fighting. So we should see Shemites and Hamites down there, but also in a super group called the Sabaeans, right? And we talked about that before, that the Sabaeans, again, that the Abyssinians and the Sabaeans were known to be Shemites, right? So they would have Shemites in there. So they would have descendants of Shem that we mix in those groups. So that's important as we get back to the linguistic understanding of the Semitic language. All right, so let's keep on going with this. So let's read a little bit about something here. So it just says this person, it just says similar equates an early Afro-Asiatic in his work language with the Natufian culture studied by archaeology. But he believes that this was a proto-Semitic branch of the language family. So if it's a Proto-Semitic branch, that means before the Semitic branch broke out and became its own, before the Semitic branch become its own, we also got to note that is going to be connected to the Natufian family, to the Natufian. And the Afro-Asiatic as a whole had already been in existence long before the Natufian, at least as far as 10,000 years ago. So obviously before the Natufian, they existed at that time. We know the Natufians that they say date 39,000 years ago. So that's very important. But here's some information. This is just an interesting highlight. All right, I thought it was kind of interesting. This is what we were just looking at, right? Just talking haplogroups and a couple different things. I just want to read a interesting highlight from there that I thought was interesting. And a little bit more on it. So it says right here, remember, E-M34 and subclade of E-M123, right, discussed above, is not considered likely to have originated in the Horn of Africa. One more time. It's important to understand that it's telling you that this lineage did not originate in Africa, because there's no such thing as an out of Africa origin for all modern humans. Modern humans do not start in Africa based upon fossils. And we already talked about this and showed it as a fact, that there actually is a Eurasian origin and multiple places of origin. So we know that this, as we see, this E lineage is not considered likely to have originated in the Horn of Africa, as discussed above, but is found in areas where Shemitic languages are spoken, especially including the South and the South Semitic languages of Ethiopia. So that's very important. It says even though that Semitic language is in Ethiopia, but remember, that's a later language. That's not an earlier language. That's a later language that goes down there, not an earlier language. Gotta refresh this thing. But that's gonna be of the Afro-Asiatic family, but not an early language of it, a later, right? So the South Semitic is a later branch of the Afro-Asiatic family. Let me make sure I point that out on this. It's actually on this one. Let that load up. So that's important. So South Semitic, it doesn't go from a Cushitic Semitic to Hebrew. That's not connected in that way. It goes from proto, meaning original Semitic branch, going outwards and spreading into different places. So that's important. So if the Natufian actually would have connection to early, so the green is going to be your earlier Semitic. So Akkadian, like Akkadian and these branches. So you're going to have your, they call it West and East Semitic. So you're going to have your West and East Semitic, right? Like your ones in Syria, and then you have your ones over here in Mesopotamia, like Akkadian. And then you get your Semitic that's going to obviously become your Aramaic, and obviously your Ugaritic and your Hebrew, right? That's going to be under the same Semitic branch, but also you get your South Semitic. So there's going to be more of the South Semitic that goes down here that we're going to talk about real fast. So that's going to be very important to know about that for the full understanding of these things. So that's why it's saying that the YAP E group didn't start or begin in the Horn of Africa, but is found in areas where Semitic language are spoken, especially including South Semitic language in Ethiopia. And then it just goes on and just talks about the Omic group. See the Amara to the north of the Omic region are a dominant, right, ethnic and linguistic group in Ethiopia. So now let's talk about another Semitic. This is your South Semitic, Omic. It says they have a high level of E-M34. So we know that it's going to have a couple different groups in them, right? They're going to have E-M34, right? This shows, unsurprisingly, that the Wa'ata are not isolated from other Ethiopians. It says E-M34 seems to have entered the, now watch what it says here, seems to have entered the area with Semitic languages, and therefore long after the split between Omic and other Afro-Asiatic languages. So it's very important to know that it's actually Brent. What it's saying is the old Natufian Proto-Afro-Asiatic branches and remigrates into different areas of Africa. That's why you get some of the Proto-Egyptian branches of Semitic, the Proto-Chadic branches, the Proto-Omic branches, the moving throughout the Cushitic branches, and you also get the Proto-Shemitic branches. That's going to all be from this sons of Shem, also the Proto-Berber branches. These are all going to be connections to families of Shemites. These are things that happen. Think about the British. Think how different sometimes you find languages from the British and some of the American English. So you can notice a difference between English in England, some dialect that sound different than English in America or English in Australia. You're going to have some different words, loan words, or different styles of things. Sometimes that happens in a language and it could change it. And that's why these different branches can have differences, because different families in different areas. And God is the one that divided the languages. The totality of the branch is going to be this Afro-Asiatic branch. Let's read a little more on it so to get a good understanding of what's going on here, right? Semitic root evolution, culture, and history aspect. So I'm just going to show you something from this. This one, just an interesting highlight from something. So it says the Semitic root evolution, and just talks about obviously some interesting finds. Is from 2021. And basically, this is what they talk about. They say the paper concludes the long ago perceived but inadequate studied phenomenon of the Semitic root, right? I'm probably say that weird, but basically saying when the Semitic root comes to part, some examples of the paradigm realization, right? This was important because remember, this Afro-Asiatic branch is also connected to your biblical Hebrew, from the biblical Hebrew, where the, right, talking about obviously getting these different roots and everything. They just talk about different roots that's basically coming from this tree. But we know that, as it says, a similar process is noted in other language families that constitute the Afro-Asiatic phylum. Let's go a second. Yes. Turn it off. That thing. It's loud. All right, so you can see obviously they just talk about where they come from because of the what? And culture changes during the Natufian period, right? So they let you know that the Hebrew, the biblical Hebrew, also has connections to the Natufians that actually would have the origins of Afro-Asiatic languages. And that's why they talk about all these things up to the Neolithic and whatnot. So that's something that's all that is very important to know, because that's just like an interesting summary of the connections and evolution of the Semitic branch. All right, so very, very important stuff. We'll go on to another piece real fast and look at some more ties. Human response to climate change in the northern, just talk about this little area during the late Paleocene and early Holocene. So very, very interesting facts about this, because this also talks about, because of a couple different things changing, it caused the people to change at that time. But it's going from the Natufian time to the Neolithic time. And they talk about some interesting things. They just talk about our paper discuss these questions spanning the transition from post-glacial, right, foraging lifestyle, right? Because they say that they were post-glacial foraging lifestyle at the Paleocene or Holocene boundary. They'll say from the Natufian time frame, the 12,000 BP, or the Younger Dryas event, to the introduction of pastoralism during the early Neolithic, 7,000 BP, right? Using basically zooarchaeology material from, because zooarchaeology is obviously using those animals and noting that they did start pastoralizing the animals, gathering the animals together. But a lot of places where they start is in interesting places, even in the north. So just talks about obviously from other places and caves and islands and whatnot on the coast of Costa Rica, or how you say that, Costa. And you can see right here is basically saying that, you know, they obviously have some connections. But let me show you something with the pastoralists. Remember I was talking about in the BMAC culture? Remember I was showing that earlier with the BMAC culture? just to show that again over here. Now, why was I talking about the BMAC culture? Because in the areas of Iran, right, going into the areas of Iran, you're going to have some connections in the BMAC culture, right? When we was pointing that out in the BMAC culture, what's over there in the areas of Iran, in the BMAC culture. Let me just point out again real fast. So going up here, let me just point it out from the BMAC groups that we were just talking about right here. So here's an area of predominant mobile pastoralism. This is in the BMAC culture. And you're going to see something that's going to happen around these areas over here. All right. So in this area here, we're going to know something kind of interesting. This is what it says: nomadic pastoralism in southern Iran. So remember, we just talked about that, the rise of pastoralism. Now, all of a sudden, we get the pastoralists moving into the lands of Iran. They're making some interesting movements. So they just talk about the evidence and everything. They know because basically, it's a lot of different animals and stuff to get a good understanding and everything. And obviously, there's a lot of different animals and whatnot. And they go over what's going on and everything. Different types of breed. And pastoralism is actually going on a lot in that area, but they do talk about it, right? Just to get a little idea of what is idea pastoralist and everything. So pastoralist is obviously herding animals, right? We see this, the shepherd kings, right? When you think of that, shepherd kings. So these might be the shepherd kings that will rise up real fast, that would have some ties to maybe some groups like the Hyksos and things like that. We know because some genetic ties that will kind of point out. All right, so you can see I'm just going to close those. So that's just a little understanding that there was obviously some pastoralists in these areas, right? It's probably kind of blurry, but they were in these areas over here and everything and developing for a while. So that's something to know about real fast. But let's go a little more into it. These are, like I said, a couple of little genetic highlights of basically the Y chromosome migrations and everything. But we're going to note something interesting. There's in the Neolithic time frame, right? Pre-pottery Neolithic B, we're going to note some cultures that enter into their group. Let's go back to the map. Notice throughout the one, there was Hamites and there was Shemites. Now remember, if that was Hamites and Hamite, if it's Hamites and Shemites in the area early on, that means that we have evidence of that confrontation that could have happened. Japheth came a little later, as you see that too, not a one. Japheth wasn't there at his early times. They came there a little later. But Ham and Shem was in that area first, and they were going at it. But then there were some movements into the lands of Africa. That's important. Before the Indo-European invasion, that would happen more around the Bronze Age. So we're still talking about the Neolithic Copper Age and things like that. So we haven't talked about the Bronze Age yet, when the later lines will come in. But we're going to note some things. At this time frame, at the Neolithic time frame, we're going to note what happens here because it's kind of important to get an idea of this event. So let's point this out real fast on here. Let me open this up. So what happens is there's a culture from above that comes and enters into this group that basically is going to be part of this group. As you can see, we can get a good idea of some movements. Now, they'll try to say that this was the homeland. We know that this was not. We know the Olmecs did not start. This was not. We have no culture that's 10,000 BC. That will be the beginning of the Afro-Asiatic languages besides the Natufian group that started over here earlier than that. So this will actually be the beginning of the Semitic languages. So you got to be careful on information at times. So be careful with information. As you can see, this is just a help site. As I went to this before, this is by an individual right here. So his credentials is okay, right? He has some things and whatnot, but as even with that, you got to be careful still, because sourcing that to his group, it would start right here. And this population right here, that's 11 years before present. This one, the Natufian, he doesn't really know that the Natufian are Semitic. So the Natufian culture is definitely a Semitic culture. So that's something to be careful of with that group. But you also got to note that what families are one. You see H-I-J-K, I-J-K, and I-J. Those are one families. So you can see right here, all these will be related, one stock. So that means your R's, your J's, your T's are all related. They're from one stock, one family, because T comes from K, from H-I-J-K. That's important to know, because this is actually important to know about which groups become the original Afro-Asiatic groups and everything. I'm gonna just close this for now because it's got some meat on there and stuff and whatnot. But I'm gonna just point to something on one of these right here. And this is what is going on here. It says migrations in the Levant region during the Chalcolithic, right? That's basically your Neolithic, whatnot, about the same time, Neolithic Copper Age. It says also marked by distant Y DNA. Now, what culture actually enters in this time frame? The Gasulian culture. So the Gasulian culture, you got to be careful with that culture because yes, some T's, a lot of T groups enter in. We actually know a lot of T groups actually enter into that group in the pre-pottery Neolithic B. And by linking with the E1B1 groups, they become Afro-Asiatic. But who else becomes into that group? What else enters in that group? H. H enters into that group because you can find it really easy. If you look at Tableau group H, you can see this is mitochondria, but I'll just click it. I'm sure it has a thing to it right there. And notice something about H. It'll tell you the oldest fossil finds right on it. So right here, you can see the oldest fossil finds. It's actually older ones right here. This is going to be pre-pottery Neolithic B, pre-pottery Neolithic B, and you get a H with a T groups. So when a T comes there, H comes there as well. So H and T enters into the Gasulian culture. You know who else enters into the Gasulian culture? Let's take a quick look to get an understanding of this, to get an understanding of the Gasulian culture, because before we move forward, we got to understand this fairly interesting culture. Let me make sure, open up the one I'm looking for here. I think it's one of these. Let this open up real fast. Just gonna look on here to see if it's right here. Go over. It's probably this one. Let me let it load. I'm pretty sure it's this one right here. Let me just point something out. Amen. Morocco. That's really interesting. Ephraim migrating to Morocco. And in fact, the earliest synagogue is in the lands of Upper North Africa, right? The earliest synagogue in Libya. The earliest Jewish synagogue is in the lands of Libya. That's important to know too. So let's see on this. All right. I'll leave that. Let me see, where is that? I must have closed it. I'm thinking I closed it. I was just looking to see where's my note on the F group, but now I see I must have closed it. Yeah, I definitely had closed it. All right, let me just open that because we need, actually, I think, yeah, we need that. I'm gonna open up a note here and go to something here just to point out what's inside the Gasulian culture, because that means that a lot of different cultures are coming in and they're going to also pick up the Afro-Asiatic linguistics, right? Because they're going to start communicating with the Natufian groups, and they're going to be picking up kind of like a lingua franca, right? They're going to pick up a language that's going to relate, that's going to combine these cultures together for trade, for communication, for pretty much all around communal hospitality. So they'll need to basically get a understanding of what each other is saying. So they're gonna have to, come together. Let me show you something real fast on here. In fact, see that again. Jordan, PPMB. All right. Let me show you this. It out. So everything that I point out here on Jordan, PPMB, all entered in about the same time. So obviously you get your CTs there. Obviously we had our E's there, but notice we're going to get those F's pop up. So F is going to pop up. H is going to pop up. That's what we were just looking at. That H also popped up in the pre-pottery Neolithic B with those T groups, because T, yes, is the highest portion of it, but not the highest when you look at the total picture of it. In a certain area, in that area, yeah, T may have a large portion later on, but it also is coming in with other Indo-European lines like H, right? So T is obviously there, going to enter into the picture, but we also got some H. Obviously, look at the mtDNA. You don't really see any L lineages, but there is an L lineage within these. Just to point that out. I don't know if it's on here. In the Gasulian culture, here's one with an L lineage that's mixed with this line of Japheth. L0. We had talked about that before. But there's also an L lineage. Real fast, just to point that out. As I see, this isn't showing it, but let me show you real fast. In the lands of Israel. Why is that important? Because it's gonna be a family there that the Shemites are gonna be there. So this is gonna be from ancient DNA from the Chalcolithic. That's a Neolithic. Israel reveals the role of the population mixture in culture transformation. So as you can see, obviously population mixture. So it's letting us know about this area of the Levant, this here. And it's letting us know about other lineages that are going to be mixing in and becoming one. Now, what's important is, let me just point something out here. Notice the Natufian had this large blue, right? They're going to obviously have some connections with some of the Anatolia, Europe, right? Iberia, obviously the Levant, Bronze Age. But then we start to get this mixture from this family line of Isham, UST Isham, as we can see all the like major mixes in it. And Isham is basically this major mixed group that's going to be basically coming in and entering in. There's a lot of different groups that are mixed that are basically entering into the picture. But let's point out the Y chromosomes or the mtDNAs and Y chromosomes to get a clear picture of it. I'll just show you that over here. I think it's on here. So this is basically it right here. As you see, Israel Chalcolithic, right? That's still the same find right there, L3. So L3 you can find there. That's just important because that's what we find there in the pretty much the data sheet, which is right here. I'll just show you it right off the data sheet. Because remember, what we're showing, even on those pieces of information, everything is going to be valid information, right? Everything's going to be valid information that could be verified, re-verified, and verified. So you can see right here, right there inside the group, there's an L3 inside that Chalcolithic group. So that's very important. So that's going to let us know about an L3 that they found there, just to show that's going to be a culture with a lot of interesting mixture. We also can find that if we look up pre-pottery Neolithic B. Right? If you look up pre-pottery Neolithic B, why is it all that important? Because it's going to let us know that this family, right? Because not yet did E mix with this line. This line is like a sister to it. This line is like related to it. But as we can see in the Gasulian culture, right, we can see this line in the Gasulian culture. But if we look carefully at the haplogroups, as you can see, it has an L3. And obviously your E lineages, right? Your root E's and everything. So your E lineages, your T's and your H lineages is there, as well as F and other lineages. But let's go back so we can note that mtDNA there. So note the mtDNA that it has there. E early on doesn't get with that L lineage at first. That's important. It doesn't get with that L lineage at first to later. That's going to be something that's important to know. And this area is going to be filled with later Japhanites, but first it's going to have those E groups, right? So it's going to be very important with that. So very, 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 very important. So that's just going to give us some more numbers. We already got it mapped out. So we're going to have to put 2 and 3 because we know it's there for a long time. But remember, we talked about how that one of him left out of the Levant in the Paleolithic. It was never there after the Paleolithic because it left and went to Europe and it went to Africa. That's something that we had noted. And it also went to Iran. But the Shemites stay in that area, as we read in even Josephus' writings of these things. That's kind of fairly important. Let me actually close these two. All right. And I'll close that. We don't need that right now. All right. So that's a good understanding of what we're seeing there is that is all making sense, right? So that's going to be obviously your Chalcolithic. Very important. Why is that important? Because they enter there and they'll slowly later become Afro-Asiatic. They'll pick it up and then that's going to spread a little bit. All types of groups are going to spread it, right? Even J, right? They will say the replacement of E before the arrival of J. Now we got to be careful on. Was there actually a replacement of E? This is actually, you know what this idea is an idea of thinking that because E is in the Levant when J gets into the Levant, they think E must be Hamite and whatnot. But E actually shows itself to be Shemite. In fact, E is not replaced by J. E is actually going to be the one that actually keeps increasing that area. How do we know? Because we know because of actual genetic documents, right? Not just guessing, but actually looking at what the genetics are saying as we going over the pieces of information that's saying these things, right? Because that's also something that's important. Let's take a look at this thing real fast right here to understand what's really going on there. Just to get some understanding. This is just some interesting migration. I'm going to leave this one alone. This one is just something else. I'm not going to look at that, but I'm going to go to something else. Let's see. Here it is. Let me just point it out. Because there was a lot of people conclude that E1B1B was that replaced right group, but let me point out something for this. Watch what it says here. The split times between Arabia and the Levant predate the Bronze Age, right? Because a lot of people, they look at the Bronze Age, they think this line was replaced in time, right? But agreeing with our polygenetic model that watch what it says here, that if a Bronze Age expansion into Arabia occurred, it did not result in a complete replacement of ancestry. That means that J didn't come down there and become the Shemites. T didn't come down there and become the Shemites. The Shemites were already there and stayed there for a long time to this day. So that's important to understand that there was no replacement of a said Hamitic line of E. E is not Hamitic. E is from DE, which A and B is Hamitic and doesn't make anything under CT. So that's important. How do we know that what I just said was true? That's genetically wise and that's biblically wise because we can understand a Hamite doesn't make a Shemite and a Shemite doesn't make a Japhanite, right? But understanding that when I say genetically wise, we had talked about this, about how these monophylactic families is. There's three families that don't make each other. And how we know by a monophylactic question. Let me show you what I mean. So what is monophylactic, right, in genetics? Real fast, again, Here's a definition from Oxford University. What it means, monophylactic, is a monophylactic group, sometimes called a clade or a node, right? Includes all ancestral taxons and all of its descendants, right? So very important. How do we know something is monophylactic? That is making a group, right? So as it says, of a group of organisms descended from a common evolutionary or basically genetic ancestral group, especially one not shared with any other groups. Let's see what is a monophylactic family. So I asked family tree DNA this. Yes, then it's correct to say F-M89 is a grandfather of IJK, but not A and B nor D and E haplogroups. The geneticist said yes. Why is that important? Because A and B doesn't make CT and F-M89 doesn't migrate upwards to DE. So that means you can't link F with A and B, and you can't link A and B with F. You can't link these two together to make D linked with A and B, and you can't link D and E with F. That means there's three families here. That's very important, just to make it simple and sweet, that there is three families that we can actually note by a monophylactic family, counting from the node, that we will have A and B, D and E, and CF groups. That would be one family. These are separate families, just for the sake of understanding. So let's get back to what we were talking about. So there was no replacement of lineage. Now that's important because the Hamites didn't make Semitic linguistics. The Hamites were not the chief or the head of the Semitic bloc. That's not Hebrew didn't come from a Hamitic language. Hebrew came from a Semitic language. So that's important. As it said, Abraham the Hebrew from Eber of brother of the Jottonites, who ruled over Yemen and went into Abyssinia and was there for a long time. So that's very important, that all those things is a solid truth, that the Afro-Asiatic family made massive movements very early. That's why you see right here, when they say the origin of Central Semitic, yes, it was in the Natufian area, because as you see here, they found one that was 39,000 years ago. And also, if we look at the Afro-Asiatic families movements, we know that the earliest Afro-Asiatic linguistics will be Akkadian, that will start over here, as well as the other Proto-Afro-Asiatic branches from the Natufians, that branch later as the older languages, as we see the yellow is going to be older, the green is the proto, the original, and the yellow is going to be more our time, right? Later branches. And we can see the southern branches become later. It doesn't come out of Africa, it goes into Africa. So the Afro-Asiatic language enters into the areas of Africa rather than going out of the areas of Africa. So very, very important to note that. Very, very, very important to take note of that, because that's what we had noted before, as we've seen with other places. For example, right? Just talk about this thing. The team also suggests that a Bronze Age population in the Levant, meaning about, they say, 5,000 years ago, possibly was responsible for spreading Semitic languages to Arabia and East Africa. So you see what it's saying there? So it's telling you that the Semitic branch and the Levantines and Arabians have different origins, right? Very important. Levantines and Arabians have different origins. And it's a Middle East genomic study finds. So they just talk about basically some of the Arabians. They know that they link to the Natufians and everything, but this study is just getting twisted with some of the other groups that, you know, when they think about modern Levantines today versus ancient Levantines, right? Ancient Levantines actually would be basically Natufians. As it says right here, the reason lies in origins. Levantines have more ancestry than Arabians from Europe and Anatolia. Why they say Levantines? Because they talk about modern day people in the land of Levant, because they would have more ancestry related to Europe and Anatolia, because they would actually be related to Hittites and people of Europe. Indo-European. But the Arabians have more ancestry than Levantins from said Africans. Why Africans? Because of E. They want to make it African, but it's not African. Who didn't mix with Neanderthals, and from the Tufians, who were the prehistoric inhabitants of Levant, including Israel. So that's very important to let us know that rather this ancient line, before we even find any E's in the lands of deep Africa, we find them in the areas of the Natufian area. Because remember, the oldest one, you can see right here, even stretching these years, the oldest one is 39,000 years ago. And as of 2021, there is no older find. All right, we'll close that. So that's very important to know about. So very, very, very important to know about with these things. And that's what this study was talking about on those, the origin of the Arabians, the true origin of the Arabians, as it is called, as up here, right? The genomic history of the Middle East, right? The genomic history of the Middle East. It's still Middle East. We're seeing some of that. It's still Middle East by way of Malta. Amen. That's right. That's right. And that's what we're gonna touch on that too. That is absolutely right. We definitely gotta touch on that. So Afro-Asiatic, as you can see here, Afro-Asiatic began around this area. That's what makes Hebrew, right? Not from Phoenician or Canaanite. Canaanite and Phoenician doesn't make the Afro-Asiatic branch. They're later. Those are later branches of that family because they pick up the lingua franca of the powerful nations that were first rising up, which will be first these lineages here, right? Because what we were just showing is the Natufian. Are the Natufian just only farmers and stuff? The Natufian are warlike individuals. Let me show you what I mean of their warlikeness. As the Natufian are definitely warlike individuals, and we're going to talk about what happened long ago and how we know they're warlike. All right, so let's go up here and let's talk about real fast movements of the Natufian going to Arabia. Now, there's a lot of different lineages in Arabia. I'm just going to skip these first ones because it's just going to talk about certain individuals that were found in certain areas. But it is definitely interesting because this one reads this: a new type of ancient human discovered in Israel. And they just talk about some interesting things and whatnot. And they just basically look at some ancient skulls of ancient humanoids and whatnot. But this is what they basically say. I thought was kind of interesting. They just basically say Nubian complex, right? And Oman, an African Middle Stone Age industry in Southern Arabia, right? Just to talk about in the areas of connecting Nubia and the areas of Arabia. They're saying that Nubia and Arabia has some contact. So that's important. They're saying Nubia and Arabia had some contact with each other long time ago in ancient times. But here's let's see something. What it's talking about here. Watch what it says here about this major event that happened a long time ago. Did Neanderthals go to war with our ancestors? Neanderthals against our ancestors? It says the best evidence that Neanderthals not only fought but excelled at war is that they met us and weren't immediately overrun. Instead, around 100,000 years, Neanderthals resisted modern human expansion, right? So obviously, when they talk about the time scale, you got to be careful because if they said modern humans supposedly met Neanderthals 100,000 years ago, you got to question some of their time scaling because that's not what they were saying a couple years back. But that's what happens as they find more and more fossils. More and more fossils is throwing their game off, that they can't work with that out of Africa origin. Now they got humans fighting with Neanderthals 100,000 years ago. If I look in the scientific scale, I don't remember ever saying humans were in the lands of even Levant 100,000 years ago. But now you got humans fighting with Neanderthals. You got humans mixing with Neanderthals. You got humans fighting with Neanderthals. You got to be careful with these years. But here is something else. I'm just going to point something out on this. This is just talking about basically new light on human prehistory in the Arabio-Persian Gulf oasis, right? It's just talking about pretty much that it would be some people that would settle in a nice area. I'm just going to skip this one and just talk about some of the genetic evidence that humans were in these areas. That would just go a little more deep into it. Just talk about some things. I'm going to skip it for now and talk about these Natufians and everything. What they talk about, obviously, Natufians were in the area for a long time. They would have had connections and stuff. I'm just going to skip that one and jump down to this meat down here that I want to point out. All right, so it's just going to talk about some ancient things that happened in the Levant and a couple different ties here. Let me make sure I point it out over here, down here, over here. All right. You want to skip this? This is just some other stuff that just talks about some ties with Syria and other places and everything. But here's one that we was talking about. Here's how we know that the Natufian were warlike, because we know that there's some battle evidence from the Natufian with some other cultures. The earliest war grave found with 27 slain people dates back 10,000 years. So we actually know that this group was fighting for a long time in areas of Kenya and places of Africa. So these groups were going into the areas of Africa fighting, but what we got to be careful of is that though these groups were fighting, we got to find out that they were kind of like making war movements, right? They were making war movements going into the areas of Africa, but not settling there for a while. But they would be moving into the areas of Africa and whatnot. But we had talked about that when they had said what it was, right? We had pointed this out before with some of the earliest art of basically arrow fighting. People were fighting with arrows and everything. But this is what we have found out when they was looking at that ancient find. It says the most ancient archaeological record of what could have been a prehistoric massacre is at the site of Jebel Sahabe, committed by the Natufian, right? So committed by the Natufian, right, against a population, so a different population associated with the Akkadian culture. So remember, we had talked about that before. What culture was in the lands of Egypt longer? The culture that was in the lands of Egypt longer was the Hamitic groups. So the Natufian that were over here were coming down and fighting with the culture that was in the lands of Africa, which would be the Hamitic group. So just like we've seen, Jotun was fighting with Hamites, and we see that this line was early fighting with the other lines of families. So they were going at it for a long time. This line was fighting for a long time. So that's going to be kind of important when taking note of these things. So, and it talks about they go on to the Chalcolithic and everything. So they fight to the rise of the later empires like Babylonia and a couple things like that. But this is ancient battles before like big major names rise up. Before major names rise up. But it's going to be kind of important. But that's what we was looking at just recently. We was looking at this, the new insight on interpersonal violence in the late Paleocene based on the Nile Valley, right? Just talking about obviously the cemetery of that area that we were just talking about in the lands of Africa. So they know that this event that had happened, that they know that there was blunt force, that was a battle and everything. This was committed by the Natufian. So they know that the Natufian was fighting with a group down there that we have pointed out recently of their haplogroups, that those will be the more ancient A and B groups that have settled down there. So they're going to be more old than these groups and different in these groups. So they're not going to be in alliance with these groups, but they're going to be separate. So this just to kind of make sure was this right here. Let me go to the front page to make sure if this is something that I needed to show. This one is going to be a back migration from Asia to sub-Saharan Africa. It's supported by high resolution of human Y chromosome haplotypes. So obviously they know this because of some migrations. We had talked about this before, that obviously there's evidence of Y chromosome migrations and everything, not just one type of Y chromosome, but a couple different ones that actually show migrations into those areas. Because we talked about also Ham went down there, but this one we'll leave alone for now and keep on keeping on. But that's just a couple different things that we have seen about that massacre and everything, which we were just looking at, just to show that. So a lot of places we're talking about that ancient massacre unearthed near the place pretty much in Africa, pretty much. And they know, long story short, it was done by the Natufian. They went down into the lands of Africa. Look at that. Look where's that. Remember it talked about that? Jotanites went down. And let's look at the movement of the Semitic, the Semitic movements of the Afro-Asiatic language, because if we take note of how the linguistics of the Afro-Asiatic language started to become quote unquote Cushitic, right? It became Cushitic as they moved into areas speaking with these groups that would most likely be blood Cushitic groups, but they themselves are not Cushitic, but they're moving the Afro-Asiatic linguistics as they move. So these groups are going to combine. So like the Sabaean and stuff like that, they're going to be like one group. Let me just make sure I already have that open. All right. See what this is. So right here. So as we can see, right, when we're talking about these things, it's very important to understand when we're looking at these things on here. So here it is. We can see that this will be the earliest place. Obviously got your connection to your Hebrew, but then as Semitic goes through its dispersal, you'll get more branches of those Afro-Asiatic as they will move into the areas of Africa. So that's very important. That's what we should expect with the Afro-Asiatic linguistic family, that we should see this line make its way into the lands of Africa to get a full picture on these things. And just let that load up so it's not loading while I'm here. All right. Or I'll let that do what it's going to do. All right. So that's important. So now that we see that Afro-Asiatic language, as we see, there will be your East and your West Afro-Asiatic. So that's important. And then they stretch out. And this is still going to be an Afro-Asiatic branch, but this is going to be your Southern Afro-Asiatic. But notice something here that's interesting to note, right? No replacement. There is no replacement of E. Note that. That's important. That's what also the genetic information let us know, that there was no replacement of E. There was a misunderstanding of thinking that the Semitic branch comes from the Hamitic people, but it comes from Shemite's sons. They were from the branch of the Eberites or of the Shemites. So, but you can see that obviously people are going to come up and they're going to think that other lineages that pick up Shemitic must have had started off. As you can see right here, on the other hand, right, this person says, while their ancestry points to neighboring regional origins, their haplogroup T1A1A, probably T whatever, may be closely related to that of the other Semitic people in the southern or in the south, as found in East Africa and Arabia. So East Africa and Arabia should have Shemites, because T is trying to pull that they were the Shemites of East Africa and Arabia. Well, obviously, we know Shemitic, the linguistics of Shemitic went into Africa and Arabia. And now that we know T picked up a Semitic language, we have no doubt that E1B1B is a Semitic linguistic family. So that's very important to understand. But the monophylactic of T is with R. So R and T is one under K. So very important to understand that they're going to be all together. But now that we got a good understanding of this linguistic family and of the monophylactic families, though we can see other people pick up that linguistic trail, we got to be careful to link them to origins for these things. But let's proceed a little further onwards in this. Let's proceed a little forward on and going to the deeper depths of it. Let's go a little more into it. So let's talk about some things about the origin. So originally discovered near a certain place in the Judean desert on the shore of Dead Sea. They just talk about this place at El Kaem. Site was dated, just says Epipaleolithic and the earlier Neolithic and everything. And it just talks about a couple of things of it, that it says that obviously there appeared to be Natufians obviously there. So that's something that's important from the Sinai. So they let you know that pretty much from this area, right, from these lower areas to up over here, Natufians stretch throughout all these areas. But they're going to have some interesting ties to also Arabia. So that's very important to let us know about some of their migrations and everything. And just obviously let us know that they also have regions in northern Syria, passing through the Levant, obviously Lebanon, obviously sites in Israel, and Syrian Middle Euphrates. So as you can see, Syrian Middle Euphrates, you got a couple different places that they got. Just to point that out. So we see the Natufians settle all throughout the Levant, and they're going to be Afro-Asiatic. But the earliest place for Afro-Asiatic is in the center of Levant, also in connections with Arabia and everything. So as we can see, they're letting us know of those connections of these cultures. So this is going to be real material culture that we're taking a look here. So they're saying all this was covered, that Natufians will be in all these areas. So that's important. So Natufians will be stretched out in all these areas. So that's going to be very important to take a note of real fast. We can also note with this same map, we already seen geneticists break down the rise of the Akkadians, right? So there's going to be a rise of the Akkadians from this culture that we're pointing out. Let me refresh this real fast and see if this thing open. Just to point it out real fast what we're seeing. So notice that the E group was not replaced. It also has a high dominance in almost all of the Afro-Asiatic branches. It also shows that it would have a high connection to Semitic of the Afro-Asiatic branch. Because remember, there's different branches under Afro-Asiatic, but it is exclusively tied to the Semitic branch, which will be a later branch of the Proto-Afro-Asiatic branch. But it's exclusively tied to Semitic, as there's also other branches of Semitic, like Arabian. Hebrew is also connected to Semitic. So Semitic is a branch under Afro-Asiatic. So that's very important to understand, because we're going to also link them a little more. Let me just close that because that seems like it's having some problems. Let me try open it again, but I'll open it on another tab, because now we're going to work our way to the Akkadian rise. And the Akkadians rise actually fairly early.
If early Semitic.
I'm going to pause that. But we have to talk about those things, about the Akkadian rise, because the Akkadians rise very early, but they're going to be critically important for understanding the rise of the Semitic linguistic family. Let me try to open up this note one more time on this one, and then I'll try to open up on another tab. Open up these ancient fossils, these ancient information, right? So we're noticing from the Natufian, from the Younger Dryas after the flood, we got a settlement of an Afro-Asiatic culture of E. They continue on past the Mesolithic time frame. They're establishing themselves in the Neolithic time frame. You're getting some cultures coming in, picking up the linguistics, knowing that since they're picking up the cultures that are picking up the Afro-Asiatic languages, they aren't coming there as Afro-Asiatic. Note that the T group and the H group, they're not coming there as Afro-Asiatic. They're coming there and becoming Afro-Asiatic. So if they're coming there and becoming Afro-Asiatic, that means someone is already Afro-Asiatic that's influencing them, that is influencing their linguistic language. That's going to be very important to know, that the Afro-Asiatic does spread into Africa, and it does spread into the Levant and Arabia, but we got to know which one is the head of that linguistic family, right? Just like if we think Indo-European, right, we already know that we should expect the IJK groups to be the head of that linguistic family, right? And the thing about Afro-Asiatic, right, Afro-Asiatic, even got the term Afro-Asiatic. Yeah, it's gonna be a linguistic family that does have some movements into Africa and some movements into basically areas of Levant, but its highest portion is in Africa. So that's kind of important. All right, I'm just gonna leave that one for now. I'll just remember it afterwards in a little bit, and we'll go back to it because that one just got some ancient information I want to make sure I point out. All right. But as we go on these things, we get deeper and deeper. For some reason, I can go on these notes all day when I'm offline, but as soon as I get online, I get a nice little slow down scenes. But otherwise, I'll just close the tabs, open it. Sometimes that works. All right. I'm gonna let this thing open up real fast. All right. I'm just checking the connection looks good. And if any questions or statements, let me know, as we will definitely touch on those things as we go over these things. All right. So let's put some numbers down real fast on here. Let's put some numbers down. So we know without a doubt that this line is going to spin at least to the Neolithic time frame there. So we might as well just put a 2. We're going to change that. We're going to put a 2 here. And we're going to put a 3. We're going to put a 2. And we're going to put a 3 right here. All right. I'm going to redo that because I want it to be more close. All right. And I'll put it maybe over here or something. Let's see. Right there. That works. So that just means that the Natufian group that was in this area, that spread throughout this area and basically stopping at the corner here, this one is going to be a Levantan lineage. It's going to be a very Levantan lineage that we're going to note. But we also got to note that some move around in different places and whatnot. All right. I'll let that open up real fast before we start talking about the Akkadians, because now we got to understand the historicity behind the Akkadian group. I'm going to close this and I'm going to reopen it. Or let me see. Let me see if I should close it, if it's going to load. No, I'm going to close it. I'm going to close it and reopen it. I'll be right back. Close it and reopen. All right. Getting us some deep stuff today. I don't know why. Every time we get deeper and deeper in, it likes to try to pause a little note, so they should be all right now. They should be all right, but we gonna get into it. I gotta just send my boy upstairs. He'll come down here. Let that load up real fast. All right. At least get the Semitic note open. Let's get the Semitic note open so we can dive a little more into these sources. So that we can get a little understanding of it. So that's what we were just going over. So remember, we were just talking about the connection of the Natufian and the first evidence of a pre-pottery Neolithic occurrence in Saudi Arabia. So we was talking about how it was going through Saudi Arabia. And we was talking about also the evidence of them going downwards, the Natufian going downwards and fighting with some of the lineages that we had seen in the lands of Africa. So that's going to be kind of important that we take a note of that we had some evidence of the Natufians fighting with a lineage in Africa. They're separate from them, right? They're going to be separate, but we do know that that makes sense historically wise, right? We know that that makes perfect sense historically wise, that we should see that Natufians or the YAP group, which will be of Shem, would have evidence fighting with some of the Hamites and becoming mixed with them, right? Merging with them at some point in time and becoming a group called the Sabaeans. So that's important. That's what we note, that Natufians do not start off with those L lineages, but they get those L lineages later. So that's going to be important to note, that we're going to note that those L lineages enter in. But there's a specific L that enters in, especially in the ones that become the Egyptian controlled area, the two Israelites, pretty much. All right, so let's go back down. So again, remember what we just seen? We seen that the Natufian didn't have much of that pastoralism going on, but then boom, all of a sudden, Neolithic B, they picked up some pastoralism because of the growth of the masses of people, right? And then we seen a lot of those IJK groups come down there and start to mingle, pick up the Afro-Asiatic that was originally with the Natufian group, which was the original Shemitic group and everything. So that's going to be very, very important to note with these things. So another piece, real fast. Take a look at this. All right, so potential interactions between the Mesolithic hunter-gatherers and the Neolithic farmers in Western Mediterranean, right? Pretty much, looking at the data, revisiting data, pretty much. And what they basically just find on this is, this one is okay. I'm just gonna point out basically on here. They just talk about, what they talk about is that there's just a lot of cultures that's gonna be tied together throughout this time frame. And this is what I was talking about as a lead up to the Bell Beakers. A lot of cultures start to interact with each other and start to lead up to different groups that's gonna become later groups like the Bell Beakers and everything. This one I'm gonna just leave alone. This just talk about mixed different things of cultures and in a new territory and everything. What we were just talking about, becoming the Chalcolithic groups and everything. Let me just go with something here, right here, and to point out something. All right, as we can see, this is going to be kind of interesting. The expansion of peoples associated with the spread of haplogroups, right? Mongols of the C3 and Arabs and EM183. So let's talk about some of the movements of Arabs having the E lineage and everything. Obviously, they know the Natufians component of the Levantan said hunter-gatherers, or later Neolithic farmers, because remember, they say at first they're hunter-gatherers, though they are also having some type of farming going on by herding animals. But they really become farmers in the Neolithic, right? Are actually going to be those E groups, right? It's actually going to be important that that's going to be those E groups that actually is going to be those farmers that we have there. But here's where we get a little understanding of some things. That's going to talk about some of the Arabians and everything, and talk about what's going on with them. And basically, what's what they talk about. They talk about, let's go down. It says this: regarding the geographical origin of E-M183, which is your E1B branches, a previous study suggests that an expansion from the Near East could explain the observed eastward claim of genetic variation that extends into the Near East. So indeed, our results also showed a reduction of STR, just talk about everything in the West and everything, in support to the expansion from the Near East. So that's important to understand, that they've seen that previous studies, right? And in addition, previous studies based on genome-wide SNPs reported that a North African autochthonous component increased towards the west, whereas the Near East decreased towards the same direction, which again supports an expansion from the Near East. So he's saying that actually looking back at those old studies, they're actually showing that this line actually began from the Near East. However, right, our correlation should be taken, or correlating should be taken carefully, because our analysis include only 6 locations on their basically just on their areas that they're looking at, and they say none from the Near East. But this is what's really interesting when going over the information of the fossils. Let me go down a little bit and point out what they find here. Right, they find some interesting things when they're actually looking at some of the lineages that will actually be some of these E1B1B lineages. Now, these ones I'm gonna kind of leave alone because they actually more start going up to times like the Islamic movements and everything, and they'll say that basically, as the growth of certain things had happened, they know that they would have ties to Arabians. Long story short, is what they're saying, is that they would have some ties to the movements of certain Arabian groups throughout different areas. And we know that a lot of Arabians actually move into the areas of Africa. They move into some of the areas of Africa. So that's something that's just interesting to note on these things, because actually the C and E groups had some movements together. The C and E groups actually had some movements together. That's kind of interesting to note with these lineages, that the C and E groups had some movements together. Just to point that out again, and we'll chart it on here, which I think we already charted. But right here in this cauldron pottery culture, even C groups somehow met each other with this group. As you see right here, E groups was found in these groups, right, in this area, and also a C group, right, basically in this little area over here, right? So right about there. This is kind of, so right there. So that little area right up here, we'll leave it alone because we already got some there, but we'll put a number there, because then we get some lines leaving here and going here. And that's going to be in your, we're going to put a 3 there. We find them going there after a while. So we find that they started here, some went over here, but then they moved and some went over here. And we're going to notice that some are going to settle in these areas as well of the Shemitic lineages, because they went up north. They went up north here, and they're going to settle in the upper area. But these are good insights real fast for a good understanding of what's going on there. So that cauldron pottery culture that goes from the Levant into this area, into this area, into this area, is what we're just talking about real fast, about some of these movements of this lineage. Go back over here, or where is that? Right. One of these. Over here. All right. Let's close this. All right. So going a little more into it, into what we're seeing here, obviously is important to understand. Here is the earliest, right? So movements of one of the earliest and largest CF lines and DE lines. So that's just important to know as we look at those things. Now let's also talk about the pastoralism that's going on there with those groups. Watch what it says here. African domesticated animals, with the exception of the donkey, all came from the Near East. So that's another way to know that the groups in Africa actually came from the Near East. Some 8,000 years ago, cattle and sheep and goats came south to the Sahara, which was much wetter than today. Pastoralism was an offshoot of grain agriculture in the Near East. So you see what's going on? So that's why I talk about the growth of the farming and everything. This goes on and talks about some things of that. Just going to point that out. That yes, they were Shemites, they were shepherd kings, they had ties to pastoralism, and they had E groups. So ancient and traditional agricultural pastoralism and agricultural societies in sub-Saharan Africa. So where they say they came from, they say that they came from the Near East. They say they all came from the Near East. So these pastoralists, they let us know that even the ones that came into Africa actually came from the Near East, right? So that's very important to understand that these groups actually going to have some ties to the Near East. It's going to be very important. Now let's talk about the South Semitic. So Semitic languages are well known from Hebrew to Akkadian to Arabic, right? So those are going to be Semitic. Interesting, the Ethiopian Semitic language are closer to Hebrew and Aramaic than the ancient East Semitic languages. So it's saying that it's letting us know that the Ethiopian Semitic that we're going to talk about in the lands of Ethiopia has high ties to Hebrew. That's what we should expect. If the Jottanites actually spoke a Southern Semitic and went into Africa, they should have ties to Hebrew because they're literally from Eber, the Hebrew. And so if Abraham was a Hebrew, he would have ties to this same Afro-Asiatic branch of Semitic, right? So it obviously has some ties, but it's going to be not as close to the Syrian and Akkadian, right? Hebrew is still going to be close to Assyrian and Akkadian, but not as close as it is to the Southern Semitic. So Hebrew is actually more closer to Southern Semitic, right? The divergence of Akkadian from these other languages has to be older than four. Remember, we just talked about that year of Malta, 4,500 years ago. So it's saying that Akkadian had to be older than these languages because they diverged about 4,500 years ago, since the oldest Akkadian text we have, right? Because the oldest Akkadian text we have shows that it is separated from the South Semitic at least 4,500 years ago, right? The closest languages to the Ethiopian Semitic languages are Southern Arabian dialects. So it's saying Southern. Remember how it said that the Jottanites, they went in Arabia, and then they went through Punt, and then they went to Abyssinia. This is letting us know that the linguistics of Hebrew is also connected to this Southern Ethiopian Semitic dialect that is also connected to Southern Arabian dialect, which are going extinct in the face and advance of Arabic, right? Think Malta, right? So that's just an interesting highlight that I wanted to click and just to show you that. So the late emergence of the Semitic Ethiopia. So remember, it lets you know that it's a late emergence, right? Not an early emergence, right? It came after the evidence of herding, after agriculturalists happened. So after the pre-pottery Neolithic, right? After that time frame, later on, we'll see that family would come up way later. So that would be a later dialect that will rise up. So that's something that's important to note. But they're obviously going to have some stems. They're going to be connected. So that's going to be very, very important to know when touching on some things. So I just thought that was an interesting highlight to talk about. Going on a little more into it, right? Because the South Semitic is actually also called Cushitic or Omic. These are actually going to be these Southern Semitic dialects. It says right here, also compared the ancient Cushitic pastoralist genomes with those of various modern samples, including individuals from the Cushitic speaking Afar, Aga, Somali, and Ormo people. So Ormo is like the Omic. These are fairly the same. So Ormo groups, right? The researchers did not include any Abyssinian, search some other groups were not, presumably because Abyssinians are not the best representatives of early Cushites, since they interbred with Semitic and Omic people. So you see what's saying there? Just saying like certain mixed groups, they already know that they mix with the original Semitic and South Semitic groups, which is Omic. And it says genomically model the Aga sample as having 5.6 more Levant Chalcolithic ancestry, right, than this other group, whatnot, which basically says it has a higher omic mota. So it talks about some group that's also Semitic has a higher omic mota related admixture, right? In the admixture analysis, the Afar and these other samples pretty much basically says that they obviously had ancestries, right? Basically as late of the later pastoral Neolithic samples, right? Pretty much. So it's just some interesting connections on this. So this is just an interesting highlight from this thing quoting from a paper, right? So this thing's that on this little page is really interesting. They're talking about a couple mixes with those E1B1 groups and everything, going into the data a little more and bringing out some of the things that are in them and everything, and talk about some of the things that's inside of them. What's interesting is what's inside Mota. It says the results suggest that Mota lacked any West Eurasian ancestry. This was also supported by the fact that the specimen did not carry derived SL 24A5. Now, obviously, this is not a source, but this is an interesting, what's the word I'm looking for? Second opinion on some things. So it's really interesting with that. This is a second opinion, but he does post some sources on here, as we can see with these highlight links and other links about it, which I thought was very interesting. But we got to be careful on what we believe where Mota links to, because E1B1 is found from the Natufian, linking with the Natufian. But it's interesting with those links that, as you can see, even with this picture, it actually will let you know that they would have ties, genetic ties to pretty much outside of the areas of Africa. So you can see with cluster A, that some of these clusters also clusters in the area of Yemen. As we remember, these groups go into Yemen. So they let us know that it does have genetic spills on both sides. So that's something to know. Obviously, all Afro-Asiatic, AA, Afro-Asiatic Semitic, Afro-Asiatic Berber, Afro-Asiatic Cushitic, Omic, Afro-Asiatic, and Chadic Afro-Asiatic. Different than your Nilo-Congo, right? Those are going to be a little different than other ones that are going to be different. Just to kind of show that. Interesting insight, I think. But let's go to sources real fast. So here's an interesting thing. Mota shows a very high degree of similarity with the highland Ethiopian Ari populations. So why is that important? That's kind of interesting. Why? As you can see, this one also has some spills through. As you can see right here. So you can see the genetics kind of spilling down over here. These are going to still have some interesting ties together with those of the north. As we know, with the E1B1B spilling into the lower area. So that's kind of important. So that's just an interesting highlight of a family connection. Why? Because some other pieces that we're going to touch on with that. It says right here, in contrast, clusters primarily containing AA speakers or Afro-Asiatic speakers, including all Ari, right, and Walata clusters, right, everything, and cluster containing the linguistically unclassified, just talks about the other group, whatnot. I'm going to skip some of this. Is this what it says? Typically show evidence of admixture between two or more sources related to the said 4,500-year-old Mota, right? And obviously with the other Cushitic and other groups and everything in connection to Egypt and West Eurasian groups and everything. But that's what it lets us know. It just lets us know, obviously, some interesting connections and everything. And it goes on and just talks about other Afro-Asiatic groups with other connections, like the Omic speaking groups and other things. Obviously, they have what show the highest amount of Egyptian-like ancestry in our data and similar admixture dates, right? So very, very interesting. So they say 70 to 85 generations ago. So they got some interesting ties to other Semitic groups, all right? So you got interesting ties to other Semitic groups. So linguistic ties. Linguistic ties here. I don't know why I just closed. Linguistic ties. Just to show some linguistic ties here. Right here. What? I don't know why that just happened like that. All right. Let's just right click it. Try that. All right. So here's something that is kind of interesting. Examining the farming and language dispersal hypothesis or hypothesis, right? Idea. So this one's kind of interesting because it takes a concept on which ones are related. Because remember that H group went into the Natufian group. That H group was like a group that was in India, and they know that that group actually has some ties to the Dravidian languages. So when taking that and looking at other things, right, you can actually notice some things in the Afro-Asiatic family. They actually know if you take the earliest lines of Afro-Asiatic, it is possible that the Afro-Asiatic branch having connections with Sumer, right? Because I believe Sumer was like an early ancient language of many different people, and that Sumer later on broke into your later Akkadian branches and later branches that we'll see. But Sumer will be kind of like a language isolate, being the earliest language. But then later on, you get your later Semitic branches. Also, you might have a connection with that Elamite. Remember, we was pointing out how E1B1B and other E groups became Elamites. Elam is in the land of Iran and the lands of pretty much Pakistan. Just to show you something here, we can actually note that we'll have other mutations in that land. Just to point that out. Right here, Pakistan, right in the lands of Pakistan. We can see this one will be there, but that one be more modern. Just to go to some more older ones. Right? These are gonna be lineages that also get over there in the lands of the north. We're gonna have some E1 B1B and some E1 B1As there. So some of the early E1 B1As there in the lands of Pakistan, right? E1 B1A, you can see right there, right? That'll be about like Israelite time frame when the Israelites are basically making their way out the wilderness and everything. But that lets us know some of the mutations are up there and everything. So but we'll leave that one alone for now because it's not going back 2000. But we'll leave that as it is. But here's some. These ones probably don't go that far back. So nice age there. Let's go to another one here. I think I just passed one. No, it didn't. Right there. This one is one. But that one's what I said, the BMAC culture. And one we already put down, because that's hitting 2000. Right? So it just lets you know that some of the E's are up there. But this is a small picture compared to what we're going to open up real fast. I'm going to open up something. This one is long time ago. That's like Bronze Age. Just making sure we got them all there on this sheet. All right. This sheet's all right. This one we're done with. Scroll up one more time. All right. So this one's going to be the Natufian E1B1. As you can see right there, Natufian, long time ago. That's your origin for the said Afro-Asiatic groups in the area of the Levant. But now we looking at this, obviously having connections to Elamite in the BMAC culture, and as well as connections to some other branches like Dravidian, right? Proto-Dravidian, because remember that E group got connected with an H group, and that group actually moves and settles in the lands of India in the Bronze Age, Iron Age time frames. So that's going to be kind of important to note that it has some interesting connections to other some languages. So this Semitic branch could have connections to Elamite and Dravidian. So very important. Elamite and Dravidian could be connected with Afro-Asiatic because Elam would be a Shemite. So he should have connections to Afro-Asiatic. So that's a very important thing, just a little thing with the linguistic ties. I think is kind of interesting to note. Kind of interesting to note. So how would it go? Proto-Natufian would be your ancient Proto-Shemitic. They become the Akkadians, and they also become later on some of the Ethiopian South branches, but they also would later make some of the, as you see, Central Hebrew, right? Your West Hebrew would make your Central Hebrew, and from your Central Hebrew, you get your Northwest Semitic, and that's how you will get some of the branches that they say come from the Canaanite branch, but rather you can scratch that because a lot of people, they have an idea that there's a Canaanite branch that Hebrew comes from, but rather Hebrew comes from directly from the Semitic branch, right? So that's something that's important. But Hebrew does have ties, similar ties from an ultimate branch like Phoenician, but Phoenician doesn't make Hebrew, but they do have similar styles like the Moabite style, but these don't make each other, right? It's not like Phoenician is here making Hebrew, because a lot of people, they get the idea that Hebrew came from a style of Phoenician, but Hebrew and Phoenician just arose at the same-ish time-ish, right? About the same-ish time. So Phoenicians were existing about the same time as the sons of Eber, Jotun and Peleg. So they was existing, going at it for a time. So that's something to know about, just to get a good understanding on that thing. Now, just to show a quick, interesting little video of these in a summary. So remember, Southwest Semitic is where your Hebrew comes from, right? That's actually going to be West Semitic. So West Semitic, not Southwest, Northwest Semitic is where Hebrew comes from, right? But you also got your modern South Arabian, but all these are related. Etho-Semitic, all these are going to be one related family, even Akkadian and everything. As you can see, we'll look at the rise real fast of the rise of this linguistic family. Just a quick speed up of it. Where does it start? As you can see, it'll start in the Levant. That's your Proto-Afro-Asiatic. That's your Natufian, working its way to the pre-pottery Neolithic B. In the pre-pottery Neolithic B, you got some other groups. That's Jotunites making their way downwards, right? They're going to make their way downwards, and they're actually going to be fighting with some of these groups at the same time, but coming back, right? Because this is their homeland. This is where they settle. But there it is, the Omic. Look at where it starts. Pre-Omic, then it goes down. Omic, there it is, going downwards into this area. Cushitic, South Cushitic. These came later, right? Berber, pre-Berber, these are growing. Chadic, that's going to be a connection to the R1B groups. That's going to be a different branch, separate, as you can see. But then these ones increase over time, right? So we can see there's our Semitic Arabian, and obviously we're going to have a nice feel of the Afro-Asiatic dialect that we see today. There's our Arabic growing, Afro-Asiatic major family, Arabic, and now we got our modern Hebrew. Now we got to where we can understand these things. So there's your Hebrew, obviously coming from directly from your Northwest branch, which, if you want to see the scientific picture, this is like a little idea of it. This is what they say. Actually, from the original Proto-Afro-Asiatic, there's a branch, a stem, based on linguistics, is that there's a stem that goes straight off. Not the same as your Cushitic, not the same as your Omic, not the same as your Chadic, not the same as your Egyptian branch, but right from the original root, there's going to come your Semitic, Proto-Semitic, as your Natufians are Proto-Semitic and the pre-pottery Neolithic be creating later Arabian and Hebrew from one stem, not from another branch, not from a Canaanite branch, not from a Phoenician branch, but they are going to be the original Shemites. So Hebrew is a special branch of Shemitic that has some culture ties and some ties linguistically to other branches. But if you ultimately trace it back, that language family is going to be all in one, Arabian and Hebrew, and the South Ethiopian. Those are going to be highly related together. So now that we got that picture, just an understanding that this is an Afro-Asiatic family. This is going to be an Afro-Asiatic family. Let me show you one more piece before we start throwing them on the map. So I was going to show something here now these are opening up here. I think I can show it. I think it should be okay for me to show this now because I wanted to show how we know that this becomes the Akkadians. Now we're going to talk about the Akkadians, and then we're going to map the Akkadians real fast on here. All right. I need to open it. All right. So that map that we were showing with the Natufians and their movements and everything. Let's put. There's also evidence that those Natufians, after their movement and their settling in certain areas, we know that those Natufians actually become a dominant ancient empire called the Akkadians, right? After the rise of the Natufians and then the rise of the Gasulians. And then you get a later culture right after that called the Akkadians. They're going to rise up. They're leaving the Levant, and they're going to rise up, becoming one of the earliest, not the earliest, but one of the earliest lineages in Mesopotamia, taking areas from the Sumerians, which were early lines there. So the Akkadians will be a group that comes in, taking some areas there. Let's see why this thing not opening. Let it open up real fast so I can show you this. Unless I need to open these. I want this thing to do a little long load again. All right. Let me try to open it up on a new tab just to show you this one. Let's try to do that real fast. So just to show the ancient evidence of the Akkadians, we're going to go to something real fast on here. I'm actually going to close this. All right. When I get it open, I'll show you. I'll show you the ancient Akkadian movements. But before I point that out, let me just make sure I show these. All right. So it has to do with this. So as you see, even the Natufian culture went all the way down here. But remember, it was fighting with cultures outside of that and fighting with cultures going down here as we follow the linguistics, going down into Arabia and fighting with cultures in the lower Africa. But this was his homeland, right? It's kind of like when you think of a nation that is going to be its headquarters in one place, but it has to like leave out to go make war and stuff like that, right? Has to make movements. But it's not going to be, what's the word I'm looking for? That's not going to be his homeland, right? It's not going to be his homeland. Let me try to open this one more time real fast. And I'll try to open this a little later because this is just connecting a little piece together. I could probably find it. All right, let me see if I can kind of point it out. Because there's a couple different ways to go about it, but all right, yeah, I'll have to open up the thing to show it. All right, that one is good. I'll just see if I can open this one real fast. Otherwise, I'll just explain it. Pretty much, the Natufian, the culture of the Natufian makes a major movement. They move into the lands of Mesopotamia. They become a dominant lineage in the lands of Mesopotamia. They stretch throughout the lands of Susa and to areas of pretty much Lydia. So they really make some serious movements and really establish themselves as a powerhouse. Let me think about where is that right here. All right. Let me see if this will open here. So we're going to point this out here. There you go. All right. So as you can see, it's going down. All right. So now I'm going to point this out. So remember, we was talking about this, right? The Natufian movements and everything and whatnot, right? This just gives us little understandings of areas just to show that, right? This just talk about projecting ancient ancestry in modern day Arabians and Iranians, right? A key role to pretty much the migrations of humans and everything. So this was just giving some information on those things and some of the connections of these groups and whatnot. And as well as this one, do you want to talk about the same thing and everything? So this little picture is basically talk about the movements of those groups and whatnot. I'm just going to skip this for now, but this little piece of information is kind of important because what it's talking about right here, as you can see, it's just talking about the admixture with they say this ancient group with the Neanderthals and whatnot, but here would be said some basal Eurasians right here. But then you can see that the rise of the Natufians are actually going to spread throughout all these areas to this corner area here that we'll see there. And then you'll see your Mota there that will also be in connection with your Natufians. But as you see, the Mota's definitely younger than the Natufians. The Natufians are going to be obviously much older than even this 12,000 right here. They're going to be like 39,000 just to get an understanding. And then they get branches branching off different ways from there. So that's going to be kind of important for understanding the total of the picture of what's going on here to get a full understanding on what's going on. But we do see some of the Tufian that they make their way up here, right? So if we look here on that chart, what we can see here is that we can see from the pre-pottery Neolithic A and pre-pottery Neolithic B, you can see that the Natufian would make movements upwards, right? They were making movements upwards and they will settle throughout this area. And the person that examined this knows that obviously they're Semitic speakers. They know that they're Semitic speakers, but they also wonder, are these the early Akkadians, right? Let me show two interesting videos that these brothers had did that I think is kind of interesting.
Became the early
I'm just gonna 8,800. I'm gonna show something on this and I'll show something else. But first, let me show this little illustration that his brother shows right here.
100 through 6,500 BC. And of course, we know that N-Gazelle and the PPNB populations are very important because PPNB populations became the early pastoralists, nomadic pastoralists and agriculturalists. And the fact that they have 60% and 75% of haplogroup E, again, this gives more credence to haplogroup E being the Y DNA chromosome of early Semitic populations if early Semites are descending from PPNB populations. A study on population genomics of Anatolia, the Caucasus, and the Levant found in ar-am-mee, one individual who lived circa 3,369 through 3,110 BC, who belonged to E-M84. A study on population genomics of Bronze Age Eurasia found in remains from Nerek Get Shan in Armenia lived during the Middle Bronze Age to E-M84. A study on population genomics of Anatolia, the Caucasus, and the Levant found in the ancient city of Ebla, which is a Semitic city, during the Bronze Age, one male individual who is E-M84. A study on South Asian history Nar Shemhan et al. 2019 found several individuals belonging to E-Y31991 in late Bronze Age / early Iron Age samples at Swat Valley, modern northern Pakistan. So what's interesting and what we see basically is that some of the oldest and earliest haplogroup E subclades in the Levant, and as you begin to expand from the Levant into Mesopotamia, we begin to see that the haplogroup E clades become younger, and that it's seemingly associated with the spread of Semites out of the Levant into Mesopotamia. So here you can see on your screen is a lot of old clades of haplogroup E and some younger clades in the Bronze Age of haplogroup E, but a lot of these older clades are expanding outward into Mesopotamia and they get younger. And this fits exactly with the spread of Semitic people from the Levant into Mesopotamia. So haplogroup E and Semites seem to match perfectly. Again, we estimate that Semitic had an early Bronze Age origin in the Levant, followed by an expansion of Akkadian into Mesopotamia. Again, Semites migrating from the Levant into Mesopotamia. E-M34 is the main Middle Eastern variety of E1B1B and is thought to have arrived with Proto-Semitic people in the late Copper to early Bronze Age. Again, this is all around the same time. Proto-Semitic, haplogroup E, expanding and originating around the same time together. So you see
this phase was followed by the Ubad culture of 500 that marking the transition to one of the plant cultivations and animal history of the world's first civilizations. All right. So we're going to start at the very top where it says between. So between 1928 and 1934, archaeologists working in the Levant dug up evidence of cultures far older than the Sumerians. They found settlements dating back up to 45,000 years ago, but the most significant finds belong to the Natufian culture of approximately 13,000 to 8,500 years ago. The Natufians had a highly developed culture that made the transition from a hunter-gatherer lifestyle to one of the plant cultivations and animal domestication, marking the transitional point between Paleolithic and Neolithic culture in the Near East. All right, so the Natufians is one of the earliest peoples to transition from the hunter-gatherer stage into, I guess you can say, the agrarian, into agriculture, into farming and things like that. It says right here specifically that this phase was followed by the Ubad culture of 5050 through 4000 BCE, which will begin transforming into ancient Sumer around 4100 BC. So put it simply, the first civilizations in Mesopotamia ultimately trace back to the Natufians. That's very important because we know a lot of the Semitic people stretch from Mesopotamia down into the Levant or Palestine.
All right, so I thought those brothers did a great job really bringing out the understanding of these lineages. They become the Akkadian. So I did live on that. I'll put that in the description that we did a live on how the Akkadians have obviously largely E lineages. We can see later on that the E lineage stays in Syria for a long time. As you can see, these E's in the lands of Alaka, Syria, E1B1B, and these time frames where Abraham's sons live. So Abraham is bringing forth his sons of this line that's going to have this mutation here. So that's going to be very important to note about those things. So the Akkadian lineage definitely has to be this E1B1B lineage, this lineage that we see here. As we can see, even here's a little bit more on right here. Here's a little bit more on the Afro-Asiaticness before we start mapping some of these things down. The evolution of human populations in Arabia, right? Paleo environments, prehistory, and genetics. So you can get a good understanding on what it's talking about here is just basically talking about some conclusions of some of obviously the movements of Natufians and whatnot. into some of these areas that we can kind of see here. So little different areas here, whatnot. And it's just talk about little things about the valley. But let me just point something out that they was talking about. This what I thought was interesting, right? Obviously, they note where South Semitic is. South Semitic was over here. So South Semitic has some ties over here as well as over here. So they know the linguistic has some ties with both of these areas. So ethnos Semitic too as well. So you know that they have some ties in these areas. So it's connecting these continents pretty much is what they know, is that these two continents are connected by Semitic. And notice what, again, notice what families is Semitic, right? You can see right here, kind of. You can see your ancient Paleo, Proto Afro-Asiatic, obviously in connection with Elamite, right? Connection with Elamite. It would have connection to Elamite. But as you can see, it will go down and you will have more of your North Afro-Asiatic. And then from your north, you get a west and east Afro-Asiatic. Remember, these branches didn't come from any Canaanite language. But as you can see right here, West Semitic makes your Akkadian, Arabic, and Hebrew. So you can see what's going on there. So obviously having family ties to South Semitic. So South Semitic easily related to Hebrew. So very important with that. As it even goes on, it says, right, these include the Sabaeans. Remember we was talking about with Jotun, the Jotunites that went down there in 18 BC? As it says, the South Semitic, these include the Sabaeans, the Manians, and the Quabians inscriptions, and are generally dated to between the 8th century BC and the 6th century AD and whatnot. And it says, however, the assumption is that these languages were spoken much earlier, still as their closest relatives outside Africa are West Semitic languages, which include both Arabic and Hebrew, but also all basically ancient languages or epigraphic languages of the Near East, such as Akkadian. So Akkadian, Hebrew, Arabic, these are all going to be one linguistic family. So we can note here, obviously being from the Afro-Asiatic branch of Semitic. So as you can see, Semitic is relevantly late branching from Afro-Asiatic. So you can see what's going on there. So obviously Semitic still having one whole family underneath it. This is giving us good understanding in that area that Semitic will be tied in those areas and whatnot. And we can look in family tree just to see a couple different people who have autosomal connections to Natufians, but these ones have, you can see the mtDNA. These are mtDNAs here, but you can see these would have some autosomal connections to Natufians. So Natufians DNA, but mtDNA tests. And you can see got some interesting connections. Some people from Japan still got some connections to them, whatnot. Some people from Arabia, even people in Mexico and Spain, England, right? Jordan, obviously, Oman, right? Costa Rica, United Kingdom, right? Ukraine, Belgium, Poland. You got people in a lot of different places. That's 4 pages of this. We got Iraq, right? Obviously Saudi Arabia, Yemen, right? The UAE, obviously in Kenya, right? Kenya, right? You can see you're gonna get some picking up of some mtDNAs of these ones later on, but they still have ties with Natufian, autosomally, right? Arabia, Qatar, one more, Yemen, obviously Saudi Arabia, right? Syria, Poland, right? Egypt. So the Natufian genetics still lives on and spreads in a lot of different people all over the world. So that's something to know when looking at some of those things and whatnot. So it has a lot of connections, obviously filling all these areas here. All right, so now with that, now that we got a lot of history of understanding that one, E is Afro-Asiatic, it definitely became pastoralist, and it was in the Levant for a long time. Now we can actually plot it down on what we're seeing there, on what we're actually seeing with these lineages. So we're going to put them and we're going to chart them for where we actually see them spread at. So now I got a sheet with all these haplogroups already on them, so I don't need to flip through a lot of sheets, though I have some spread on different sheets and everything. But I have a sheet with all the lineages, and we're going to just put a couple lineages until we get to about 3000 BC. Between 3000 2000 BC is where we're going to stop at with those numbers. But let's open up this real fast. All right. And you can already tell this whole map right here. This one probably recent, but this whole map right here is all DE. Everything that you see here is DE on this map. So obviously we already got the earliest ones, which would be the ones that had moved that Afro-Asiatic language, like the Natufian and the ones that went into Africa. Let's go to another time frame. All right, we already got this one from the pre-pottery Neolithic B. So that's something we already had looked at. Let me just do it like this. I'm gonna close these first ones right here. All right. So here's the Neolithic, not necessarily Neolithic. That could be also the Mesolithic. So that's fairly early. So you can see a lot of different finds in the early time frame. Let's take a look at some. So we already looking at that one. Here's this one. Where's that at? That's at the corner of that would be right where you actually would have ancient Lydia. So Lydia actually would be at this corner right here, and I spoke of that the Shemites were at this little corner here, and then when the Indo-European Hittites filled this area, they pushed those Shemitic groups out that was settled in the lands of Lydia. So this one is going to be early. That's going to be a 2. We're going to have to put that on there. So right in this little area, we're going to have a 2. So right here, we'll just shrink it down a little bit. Now we can start plotting these on here. This one would be a 2. All right. So let's go back. Next piece. Obviously, we have the Joman, right? The D group. We already put that down, I believe. Right over here, you got a lot of ancient lines, ancient Ds over there. I believe we already put that on here. Yep, we put those already on there. So we know the D group spends a long time over here. So that just counts for pretty much the whole Japan for this one. All right. Here's another one right at the edge of the corner of Lydia. Basically the Lebanese from Lebanon, right? And this little area right here. I'm going to put that down on here. All right. And it looks like it'll be right over here. So right there. And we'll put a 2 right there. Because this is going to be a second time. And as we see, it's going to first we go down. Let's see what else we got. This one we already marked down. This is in that little area. We already got that one right there. But now we got to put a 3 there. Because we got 1, 2. We got 1, 3, and we need 2. So this one actually has a 2. We'll just put 2 just up here. Just so it's understood, 1, 2, 3, pretty much. That's how long this line is up there for pretty much a long time, developing, as we should expect throughout time that it should have some influence with later nations. Here it is in Morocco. So back to the areas of Morocco, right here, we're gonna put a 2. So obviously they're gonna be there a little bit, right there. All right. Let's see. We got that one. Here's another one. There it is in the lands of Spain. Right? Well, at the corner of Spain, so about right here. So we're gonna put that down right about here. And as always, you know, these things are for edification purposes and everything. And this one, once we finish this, it's gonna be like a nice picture to reflect on and understand that almost everybody in the world has a major part in history. Almost everybody in the world got a major part in history. All right. And it matches the biblical narrative. It matches right perfectly with the biblical narrative, what we're seeing, even with the pastoralism. That's the one we was talking about, the cauldron pottery culture. So this is one from the cauldron pottery culture, as you see, cauldron pottery, right? So that's evidence that it came from here. Cauldron pottery shows evidence that it came from the Levant. That's the one we was talking about, cauldron pottery culture. Just to point that out right here, cauldron pottery culture, right here. Cauldron pottery culture. Coming from the Levant, that's the darker one, going out into that area. So cauldron pottery culture. And let's see. We're right here. This one we already charted down. We'll leave that alone because it's right next to the other one. Let's see what else we got. I think I clicked that one already. Right here. That one, just another one next to it. This one I'll just put a 2. Well, we already got it. We'll just go back. All right. Let's see. This one's just in Israel. Israel, I'm pretty sure we already put 1, 2, and 3. Yep. Or let's make sure we got it in Israel. 1, 2, and 3. There it is. All right. As we see, this lineage is definitely a Levantan lineage. You know, that's something that we shouldn't even worry about. It's definitely Levantan. It's definitely had some time in the ancient Levant, way past 1000 BC. Because I don't know how someone can say that this lineage was not in the Levant before 1000 BC. Definitely was up there before 1000 BC. There's no doubt about that. That one, we'll leave that. We looked at that one. This, we maybe can plot down to about here, or right here. This one will plot down. So here, I wonder these ones are pretty much, I'll just count them together. These ones. Here's an E1B1A. That's the oldest E1B1A group that we have. 1 second. So that's older than the Mota. All right. So that's that one we'll just throw on. That's France. So like right about here, we'll just put a circle there, as that is all right. That is all right. All right. There we go. I'm gonna get it off that too a little bit. And we're gonna finally have this massive project of a map done to get a good picture on these things, on how diverse it was before Abraham came. So remember, all these things are between 2000 3000 BC before Abraham entered the scene. So that's important. German, that's obviously Japanese. Yep, lands of Japan. All right, what we got here? I think this is in France. Yeah, somewhere by there. We'll leave that. What's this? We'll leave that alone. And this one looks like it's somewhere else in Africa. You can see right there, talk about a DE, likely to say M60. You can see right there. All right. So that one is going to be the youngest one on this list. All right. This one's E1B1A. All right. So that's fairly interesting. That's fairly interesting. All right. Let's make sure we put this on there. All right. So this one, like Mesolithic, Neolithic. This one, I'll put this one as 2. We put this as a 2. Let's put it on there right here. So you can see, look at that. So something happened that this Hamite lineage was there, and the Tufids came down and attacked them, and then they ruled there, and then all of a sudden this lineage took over because they didn't last there like they should have. Oh, right here. Let's put that like that. Let me more. Do that again. Make that circle inside this one because it's obviously interacting with this one. We'll put a 2 there. So this one. Oops. There we go. All right. We'll put a 2 because I don't know if I need to add anything else to that. Okay, so that was good. So you can see where does this land? So it starts here and it has some lineages here. So it continues here a little bit, but then it fills up these areas. So you can see that that's going to be the E group fills up these areas. So that's pretty interesting. And then the D group, which splits, remember this one splits, and the D group goes over here. Some of the D group is also over here. So that's important to know too, that D splits and fill up these areas. Let's go to another time frame. So that was the Neolithic. Let's go to the Chalcolithic, Bronze Age. There we go. We can see, obviously, we're going to have some lineages here and here. That's going to grow. They're going to grow and develop. We can see, obviously, this is going to have some more. So we just need to put some numbers here, and obviously in these areas because they're going to keep on growing on. As you see, right there it is over here. We come in a BMAC culture, as you can see there. So the as it stretches up, the Akkadian move and rule these areas and stretches out to these areas. So that's very important to know as it stretches out. So this is the Akkadian movements. So we just need one there. And we're going to make that whole little picture. So right about here, we need right there by Ukraine, right there. As even the Japhetic lines, we'll do more on that because Japh's lines is more larger than this. But this is a nice little summary. So I'll put this right here. I'll just stretch it out. That's good right there. And we'll put a 3 on this one because now we're getting to some 3s. And actually, I think the numbers, well, they're fine. These are fine. All right, let's see. Or no, this number is too big. You know, always give or take, you know, with these things. Because remember, these years, you know, they exaggerated. Okay, so over here, here, and here, we'll just put 3s in this little corner. I'll just put a giant 3 over there. So right in this little area, there's a lot of culture in this little area. A lot of different culture that's settled in these areas over here. And they all look like they're about 3. Like a lot of them seem like they kind of moved together for a while. So we'll just put this right about somewhere like that. So 3. So it's really painting the picture of what we would see the world look like after Abraham hit the scene. That it should have been very, very mixed. And that's actually what we see in genetics. Okay, so we got some here. So right up here and over here. So like we said, they left out of the areas of Turkey. They was pushed out by the Anatolian Hittites. We got some up here and some over here, as we know some of the Shemites has settled in these areas. So we're going to have one right up here. So they're really stretching, really taking control of some of these areas. So I'm just going to move it over some. All right. Right about there. And this one, we'll put a 3. Because we get this one continuing there a little bit. Just like that. And this one, we'll just put, keep that as a 14. We'll just put a 3 over here. All right. Okay. So that's a Hamite right there, because we can see the yellow highlight of the ring. All right. Now let's get back to over here. So we already got these down. We got these. These ones probably a 3. I'm gonna see if I put a 3 there. 3. All right, that's good. You got 3 over there. So you can see when they develop over there. And we got some 3s in the south down here. So we got some 3s in this area, and we got the Mosa we already put down. We already got that. But this is kind of, the timing is kind of off, because necessarily this one's actually not Paleolithic, but it's supposed to be necessarily, because it is branching into the Paleolithic. And this one was supposed to be a 2, but necessarily because it's going into the Paleolithic, even though it says Mesolithic, it actually will be Paleolithic. And this one would actually be about Mesolithic. So they put Neolithic. It's considered in a way Neolithic, but Neolithic kind of a little less than that. And then this one, Chalcolithic, Bronze Age, that's still basically Neolithic. Chalcolithic still basically Neolithic, and going into the Bronze Age. So necessarily, give or take for those things, whatnot. Because for this one, it would be Paleolithic, Mesolithic, Neolithic. Gotta be kind of careful. But this is years before present. So necessarily, even take 2000 off that'll still be technically Mesolithic going to Neolithic necessarily. And this one, take 2000 off that will be more Bronze Age, not even Chalcolithic. So that one's kind of interesting on that one. But let me close some of these on the ones we already did. All right. So technically it should have been 1, 2, 3, then 4 necessarily. 5 in a way. Because it kind of like make it simple. All right. Let's make sure we put these ones there too. I gotta make sure we don't forget these ones first. The ones I might forget, like the ones over here. So this one we already got. The only thing is, since we did it on that other sheet, and that other sheet was showing Paleolithic and Mesolithic kind of different, it kind of throws off a little bit. Not really. I more should have like just went by my own set, but we went by the other one by set it by numbers. But I'm thinking some of these 5 should be 4s. That's what I'm thinking more. So, but we'll just put some 4s next to them, kind of make it clear. Well, I'm just gonna make them 4s because these 5s should be 4s. So I'm gonna put these actually as 4s so that they can be corrected, because that other sheet kind of throws it off. So these are going to be 4s, those ones. So this layer would technically have been a 4 instead of a 3, but we'll just work with what we get. So that works. It kind of that works. We're getting a good idea of it. Let's put this one as 4, so that it's kind of making more sense. So we'll put 4 here. Right there. And these ones that's 3, some of them, I'm just gonna put for 4. Do an update real fast. But first, let's look around. Did I put this one? Let's make sure I put that there. Gotta be careful because this one isn't thousands of years. This is years before present, right? YBP. So take 2000 off of that because we don't want to go past 2000 years. So we got to stop about here. Wait, actually here. This is our last one pretty much. This is Iron Age as I expected. And this actually should be in the 4-5 layer, because how it's going back, because it's almost about 1000, so that should be 4 or 5. And that means if this was 4 or 5, this will be 3, because that one's kind of got like a half transition, because chocolate to the Bronze Age. This will be 4 or 5. This will be 3. This will be 2 is 1. So it's like that's kind of like giving you Paleolithic and Mesolithic, so it's kind of a skip in a way. It kind of doesn't really separate Mesolithic from the Neolithic and everything. So this one, give or take, right? Just to get an understanding on what we're looking at here, just to kind of make it understandable. Now let's make sure we put them on there though, as we see, because this will be 2000 BC. All of these will be about. This one will be much earlier. This is about. This will be about 5000. So this list actually has a couple different high and low ones. So you gotta be careful of these high and low ones that we have. So this one actually would be 5, like how this one would be a 5, but I'm gonna make it a 4 because it's kind of like it's there. It's there. It could be 5 or 4. These ones as well. I'll put that one as a 4. So I'll put that here. Right here. And we'll put that one as 4. There you go. All right. So no, give or take with these for the sake of understanding. So as we can see, the earliest ones we made sure we plotted down. That for the D group, these was the earliest ones for D. This was the earliest one for E, but E also stretched over here for like the Afro-Asiatic movements, and as well as here, they kind of made a like a They kind of made it like that. They just went around. Japheth did that. Ham did that. For some reason, I can say that early on, the early sons of Noah, when they left Noah, some of the sons went this way, and some of the sons went this way. Japheth went this way. Ham went this way, and Shem went this way. So Shem went this way, but Ham went this way as well, and Japheth went this way. But Shem, but not Shem, but Japheth went over here. Shem settled over here the longest, right? That's why if you see the Natufian movements, so before we get the like how we just showed with those brothers who was touching on it, before we get the Akkadians, we know the Natufians this was their homeland before the Akkadians came out. So before the Akkadians come out, they settled in the Levant. But the whole picture of the Natufians is this. This is a whole picture of the Natufians. So Natufian, this is a real covering of their area, right? Something like this, kind of in a way, like something like this. They kind of cover in these areas. So they more fill these areas and then cover in these areas. So that's what we was looking at earlier when we was looking at how the Natufians fill these areas up, but then they fill up other areas all around. So that's kind of important. So they kind of make a movement here but settle mostly here, but they do go into some of these areas. So it's kind of interesting to note with the early movements and whatnot. I didn't isolate any like pinpoint ones for Arabia right now, but we will do that, as Arabia is an interesting place. Very, very interesting. We talked about some on it, but I didn't put them on here as they was more around certain areas together. Let me actually grab from here. All right, so we got these, we got that, we got those. I think we need some of those, as these are there. We gotta make sure we put 3, or we can put 3 and 4. We'll put 3 and 4 because they're there for a long time. So they really develop in these areas and whatnot. So as we can see, their first movement, they settle on these areas, but their first movement goes all the way to here. So they really settle on these areas here in all these upper areas. As well as in the Levant, they settle here and then make some movements. So they got some connections to these areas, as it should be. They should have some connections there, and even as well as here. But we definitely can find some over here in Oman, ancient Oman. But this is good for understanding their movements. E1B, 1B, E1B, 1B, E1B, 1B. Okay, so we're gonna put a little extra time there. So we'll put 4 because some of them are young. Some of these are actually 3, 5, but we'll just leave it like that, just to get a good understanding. Because I'll do some refining with this thing a little later as we put more. But this is a great summary to note where they are. So notice they were mostly like in this little center area here. Let me see what ages are these. Okay, so these ones take 2000 off of that. That's under 2000 years before present. These ones will be a 5. Except this one will be a 4. I'll just leave that one as a 4. But underneath it will be a 5. I'll put a 5 on here. 5. Yeah. 4 and a 5. So that's important to know about. And we know that, you know, the Natufians also go into the Bantu groups. And we had talked about that before on what was inside, what was the genetics of the Bantu groups already, which is on one of these for the Bantu groups. But we had talked about how there was the oldest Bantu is said like 1000 BC, 15 BC. That's like the oldest one. But that one not 2000 BC, so we can't even use it. But these will be the oldest ones. So everything from before Abraham, this is what we should expect that everything should look like. So if we zoom out, right? And also, let me also mention that there is a fossil of a E1B1B in the lands of Brazil. That is also going to be BC time frame. It's going to be a long time ago. Long story short. It's going to be a very long time ago. Let me make sure I point that one out. All right. Just looking to see if I had it already open. Nope. Definitely got to open it. All right. Man. See how's everyone doing? Let's see. One in Morocco is a cave. As well as years are related to Afro-Asians. That's really interesting. The one of Morocco is ar-am-mee. The cave, Musa 7,000. That's interesting. Let's see. E. What about Y chromosome E2? Oh, we'll put our E2 that we found isn't that old. It's only like BC, like 500, between 1000 and 500 BC. So we did find E2. It was settling around with the Natufian groups. Not Natufian. It was settled around the Scythian groups. It was moving with the Scythian groups, but it did go down into Africa. But that lineage is also fairly ancient, but it settles from what the fossils show is that they move with some of the Indo-European groups, but they had settled a little bit in the areas of Iran a bit. But that one we got to go deeper into on E2. I don't know why a lot of these fossils, they make it hard to, just, you think they'll have like some type of like category with all, or some page or something that has every single like fossil they found. But you got to go out and find these fossils and whatnot to put them all together and see where it's at. I think it's down here somewhere. Let me make sure I open that real fast. This. All right. Let me point out this E1B1A. I already got a screenshot, but I talked about this before. The E1B1A that we found said almost 4,000 BC, right? It's like 6,000 years ago. But right here, in this little culture here in Chile, so almost 6,000, 5,000 years ago. and that would be in the lands of pretty much Peru, right? And that's an E1B1A. So you can see right there. We'll throw that on there as well. So that one actually would have went and left from these and would have settled over here. Now, it's important to know, like we had talked about with these E1B1A groups and all those other groups, it could most likely be a early mutation from either some Jotanites or someone had got a really early mutation of this line. It's definitely possible because remember, Abraham was a son of a son of a son of a son. So that's kind of important to note. Let me zoom in so I can move it. All right. And I'm just gonna put it right here. All right. But that one would be that won't be like a 4. That won't be like a 4. Well, that won't be actually a 3 necessarily, because 6,000 years ago, that's about middle, like Neolithic, just about. I don't know why this thing. Yes. All right. And we'll just put this here as a 3. Oops. As a 3. There we go. All right, so just to kind of make that understood. So yeah, we had some Hamites go overseas and some Shemites go overseas, but Japheth was the largest one overseas. And we also see that this lineage would be basically centered around these areas. So we can kind of get a good understanding of it. Let me just save it as a PNG. And that. All right, so let's take a quick look at what's happening here. Let's get a pen here and just zoom in. And I'll tell you what's going on in the early Levant, what's happening, or early lineages. So this is apparently what's happening here. When we think about these lines, initially, these lines start off at this point 0. And then what happens is Shem quickly leaves and settles in the Levant. So he settles in the Levant and establishes himself in the Levant. Now, it's also important to know that some of his sons also make a leave and go this way. They continue on and they go all the way over here. So they make a far reach across these areas instead of over here. Now, we also know that this lineage is also going to early on stretch all the way over here. So that's going to be the D lineage. So the D lineage is going to go all the way over there. And it's going to also go to mutations and everything. It's going to be isolated in these areas. Then the next time, we get some that continue and stay over here. We get some that also continue over here. We get some that move into these areas and then they go over here and then they continue over here. So these ones that continue on to grow. These ones also as well continue to produce and everything. And then the next time frame, we get some that go up here. They go up there close to over here, probably start to break into some of these groups later on. And this group also goes over here. This is going to be the Akkadian time frame. So the Akkadians fill up this area up here. So it stretches throughout to here to here. That's important because we can see a 3 there. We can see it here. And we can see it in the Levant. So Levant here and here, these are 4 areas that we see that this whole area will be filled with one line. So they'll have some control there. They also increase in this area still. and as well as this one. And as we can see later on, these ones, as well as these ones, increase. They go overseas, right? These ones increase. We also can see that we would have some increase over here. So this line would have some increase over here. And we had known that this early line made some movements right before Abraham's time down into the areas of Africa and enter into here. That's going to be the rise of those South Semitic branches. So they go and enter into here. We know the females are found over here, but those are females. We'll leave that alone for now. So obviously females don't travel alone, but there we go. This is going to be the earliest movements of the Shemitic line. Makes sense. They go throughout this area, settle here, increase over there. They fill up this area of the Levant. They basically got the centerpiece of trade and everything. Obviously, others are going to get connection with that, but they are going to grab control of these upper areas, right? As well as we forgot their early time frame when they go and fight with these ones, right? That's important too, that they do fight with these ones. So they're going to be trying to take some area from these different areas from other lineages. So that's kind of like a little summary. But also we know that this lineage, we would have had some that would have reached over here. And it's possible that that line had made an interesting movement all across the seas to settle over here. So before Abraham's time, this is what you would see. So we'll zoom out. So what we would see is that after they get off the ark, Shemites would have moved throughout the upper area of Europe and went into this area here, because we already showed that fossil of that that oldest one that we found up here, right? It was like 16,000 years old, an E that was found over there, and as well as other lineages. So we see that this would have had settled over here. And then after a while of ruling it over here, it would have moved over here and have reached in these little areas. But we know that its snips would have been over here in these little areas over here. There's also, let me make sure we got everything on that little thing. So this obviously getting some good understandings here. This one just Iron Age, but we don't really need that. So we mostly got everything here that is going to be what we have. The rest is just into our time pretty much. So this makes perfect sense. This is what we're seeing here. As they fought, as we've seen with the Jottanites and the Medianites and everything, they fought and they made their way into the lands of Africa. So they made their way into the lands of Africa, ruling in it, replacing the other previous dominant lineage. And they obviously spill off the areas of Portugal. So in these areas, they would have settled here, spilling off the edges of Portugal, probably just securing their little space, making sure they probably at least settle here, just in case for some invasions up there, just to be ready and everything, to have both sides of the block, as that is a wise idea in war, to know your all your surroundings and everything. So all of that makes sense to the movements as we've seen with the cauldron pottery and other pottery movements that we have seen with other things. And notice that the earlier lineages, right, all the earliest lineages of E, they didn't start off with L lineages. L lineage is a later mutation. The L lineage is a later mutation. These lineages didn't start off with L. They picked up L later, but then they later on get with the L lineages, especially the ones that come out of Egypt, Israel. So which one of these lines should we expect to be the Israelites? I would think it would be the DE YAP groups, because they show themselves to be connected with Afro-Asiatic. They show themselves to also have connection on the outside of Africa, not being the deepest in Africa. So they're not the deepest in Africa. That's important. This line is the deepest in Africa, the Hemite line, but they're going to be hovering on the Afro-Asiatic areas, right? Because if we wanted to color that in, we can easily color it in like just like that they cover all these areas and these areas and these areas and everything. And then they take some of the upper area right here. And we could say that they got some control over these. And if we cover this area here, right? If we cover these areas like that, just like that, right? And we say that this also has some movements into here because they did. They kept on moving and increasing into these areas, becoming some of the Arabian lineages. Then we got a clear picture, just like what we see for the Natufian map, right? As you can see right there, the Natufian map, they went over here, right? And they stretched over here. And they went over here. And obviously they had some coverage on these different areas. So they're going to obviously keep on growing. So if we go back to the map, we can see that they fill up over here. And they fill up on these top areas and all the way over here. So remember, Natufians, they fill up in the middle before they fill up in the lower area. So Shem fills up the lower area, obviously getting some of the upper areas, but he mostly fills up the lower area early. Japheth fills up the upper area. He fills up the north early, but Shem is right in the middle, right where we should find him, right here. So this makes perfect sense, because if we're saying that this is Shem, right, all this will be the Shemites that make the Afro-Asiatic Semitic. They're not either fully African and they're not fully Indo-European or European. They are right in the middle. They will be a Middle Eastern culture. They will be a middle culture, right? A culture that's settled in the middle. And all that makes sense, again, connecting with the fact of the movement of the Natufian and their full order of their area, right? We're not bending data. We're allowing all the information to speak. And the cauldron pottery culture, as remember, we had seen that we definitely know that the cauldron pottery culture was influenced by, as we see, even when I talk about the bell beakers, there's a group that became the bell beakers. I don't know if I put this down. I gotta put that down on there. I'm just gonna delete those. All right. Let's zoom in a little bit. I think, because bell beakers and all that stuff, that was a popular society, very popular society. I'll put that right here. All right. And that one would be technically 3, 4. We'll just put 3. Just for sake of understanding. Three. All right. All right. So that's that one. I just want to make sure we put that on there. All right. Let's go back. You can see is definitely exactly what we should see. It's exactly what we should see. Let's see, where is it? Pastoralists. We got some pastoralists, Joman, bell beakers, some Scythians. I talked about that. That that's an E2 that was mixed with some of the Scythians. But let's see, where is it? Cauldron, there it is. See, cauldron. See, there's 2. That's cauldron pottery. This one as well. You can see this one obviously has links to the cauldron pottery culture, and as well as this one has links to the cauldron pottery culture. And since we see that this one and this one is cauldron pottery, they would have came from over here, just like it shows when we seen the cauldron pottery culture. right? The cauldron pottery culture started over here, and they went out and they settled in this area, and they went out and they settled in this area. So that's what we see, is that the cauldron pottery culture would obviously first start off as a Levantan culture, and then when it went out, and it would have settled in these areas, and it would have went out, and it would have settled in these areas. So obviously would have went to these different areas. So that's something that's obvious and true, something that we see that's obvious and true. That is important to note, even those culture groups. So right after these groups, you get that movement, that cauldron pottery culture movement that fills up the north. And then you get other movements into other places, right? So that's kind of interesting to see with these ancient movements. So Scythian, you want to see what's that Scythian right there? That's really interesting. So ancient Scythian, right? That's like an Indo-European culture, but it got into Indo-European culture, which makes sense. That it made its way into another culture, and because that's what we should expect, that not everyone's going to be all doing the same exact thing and whatnot. So that's really interesting. They even got Ramses on here. So that's kind of interesting. They don't know. They say if it's E1B1B or E1B1A. They say they don't know. So, but that one's like that's like Exodus time frame. So that's right after the Exodus. So we should expect to find at least an E1B1 around the time of Exodus. So that Ramses counts. So let's see. We don't. Did we put this one down? Let me make sure. I don't know if we'll put that one down. Nope. All right. That's why I wanted to double check to make sure we get at least a nice summary. So we'll put that on here in Japan or China. So we got a D in this culture of China. That would be like a 4. That'd be about a 4. So we'll put that right about here. Go right about there. And we'll put a 4. All right, so that really makes a good impression. So one more time, zoom out and see. I'm just gonna save it. Yeah. There we go. Yes. All right. So we can see what we're seeing here. So that's what this is actually what we're seeing based upon genetic information. So today I just wanted to paint all those things. So I'll definitely make sure I save it and put it in the BT folder, and this one on the BT note, the note BT. This will be the second note under. Once I'll put the Semitic note first, and then I'll put this little BT note on there. How did the live sound? Hopefully it was okay. I had the cord in today and tried to make it work. But let's see how everyone's doing. Yes, amen. Yep. Looks good. All right. Amen. That's right. Let's turn to God. Let's repent and ask for forgiveness. Let's study God's word. Amen, family. Amen. Can never say that's bad to give praises to the Most High. All right, so now just to summarize this, if we had to summarize this, how will we summarize this? Just to summarize it and make it simple, right? I talked about this before, that we have evidence that we know that those Bantu groups actually was in the Levant at least 2,000 years ago. That means from 70 AD, when 70 AD fell, those said Africans, we estimate that African admixture in the Middle East occurred within the last 2,000 years. We know that those E1B1B groups, or those E1B1 groups, were pushed out of the Levant after the time of 70 AD and the time of Bar Kokhba revolt. That they do have evidence of being dispersed, going through dispersal, and have connections to Afro-Asiatic. And they are obviously connected to, as you see right here, as it talks right here with these things, it says map shows admixture dates in thousands of years, read based on table 2, and Semitic languages dispersals, right? They just talk about some estimates and everything. Estimate and early Bronze Age origin for Semitic languages. So, but looking at those things, you got to also understand it by the biblical narrative with these things, and also understand the full picture with those things. So we know that obviously Arabian and Semitic had origins in the Levant. The Natufians would be that group that would influence modern Semitic Arabian, and whoever would pick it up would be influenced by the Akkadians, and whoever picks up Akkadian had a lingua franca of Akkadian. So that's very important. So they would have a lingua franca of the Akkadian language that rose up later. So that family is gonna see if I have anything else on here. Right? We already went over that the A-M13 was the oldest lineage in Africa. The Shemitic lineages, the DE lineages made their way into Africa. They became pastoralists, and they also was moving with the Semitic movements. They were up in the area for a long time, and they would be basically the roots of the Proto-Afro-Asiatic languages, where also we know Semitic comes from. They're also the root of the Proto-Semitic branch. We know that the Semitic branch started about this time frame. And we know that the Natufian or the E1B1 groups actually was the influence of the Afro-Asiatic dialect. We know that we have a lot of linguistic connections to those Hebrew speakers and South Arabian, like Cushitic and Omic and things like that. They have very close things like Arabian. So we know that all the languages from Syria and Akkadian obviously have a linguistic family tie to the Northwest Semitic Hebrew and Arabian until its movements into the south of Arabia and going into other places of dispersion. So with that, family, that's what I wanted to show. And I got one more little video. I think that it must have closed, but let me go back to this so I can show you this little video I wanted to show real fast. Just a little something, just a little thing. Let me just point it out because it's kind of interesting. Little this. All right. So I ended on this little video, little summary thing, as I think it's kind of interesting about family ties and whatnot. They're just showing, obviously, your Chinese languages that would have started over here, right? And remember, we're looking at the just because a family tree, as you can see, all these little different languages, you'll have D groups, you'll have O groups, you have N groups, you'll have a lot of different groups that settle around. Here's your Afro-Asiatic, here's Berber. So Afro-Asiatic is Berber, Afro-Asiatic is Chadic. So Chadic, like our groups down there, Cushitic, remember Cushitic was a later Semitic branch. Egyptian is also Afro-Asiatic. That's something to know because they spoke to each other. Omic, remember that's the Ethiopian Afro-Asiatic branch. Semitic, obviously Semitic is Afro-Asiatic, right? Hebrew and Arabian, stuff like that. This is just some other lineage, some other branches, right? Some of these I'm gonna just skip through and everything. If you know, right, the Japanese group is going to be an isolated group. You got to also note with these those Niger-Congo languages, note the difference between modern Niger-Congo languages and later Niger-Congo languages like Yoruba. Remember, Yoruba is actually a newer formed language. It's not an ancient language. It will be a language that formed later on. So these ones I'll just leave alone. It's just some other linguistic ties. So language is really interesting how you connect them. So you can obviously get a good understanding on some things when connecting ancient linguistics and everything to get a good tie of what's going on. Look at that massive family, Indo-European, massive family. That's what we are seeing with the genetics. There's Japanese. Look at it's just in that little corner there, right? You got some different branches of it and everything. Like it's like a little isolate, just small little branches of it. But they're really ancient languages. Really, really, really ancient. Really, really ancient. Some of them, right, in connection with older groups of Anu and whatnot. All these the rest of these is just more little pieces and everything. But those are going to be different languages. But the one we was focusing on today was a E1B1 language, which would be rooted in Afro-Asiatic, which the branch that we was looking at was Semitic, which has connections to Akkadian and Ebelite and all the South Semitic languages that go into the areas of Africa. So with that, family, that's all I got for today. With that, may you be blessed, may you be beloved, and amen.